W8WKY.
Amateur Radio Newsline will start in 5 minutes.
Amateur Radio Newsline report number 2383 with a release date of Friday, June 30th, 2023 to follow in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The following is a QST. Ofcom proposes sweeping license changes in the UK. The QSO of a lifetime makes One Ham's Field Day unforgettable. And meet Amateur Radio Newsline's Young Ham of the Year for 2023. All this and more as Amateur Radio Newsline report number 2383 comes your way right now.
From around the world, this is Newsline, Amateur Radio's independent, on-the-air news and bulletin service. Now, reporting from Union, Kentucky, here's Neil Rapp, WB9VPG.
Our top story takes us to the UK, where Ofcom is proposing a major overhaul of amateur radio licensing and operations. Jeremy Boot, G4NJH, brings us those details.
Stating it wants to provide amateurs in the UK with greater access to licenses while delivering greater operating freedom, the communications regulator Ofcom is proposing sweeping changes to its ham radio license framework. None of these changes affects the frequencies or bands amateurs can use, but it does increase the maximum permitted transmitting power for the three classes of license. The proposed maximum allowances are 20 watt for the foundation, 100 watts for intermediate in most bands, and 1,000 watts for full license holders who are operating where ham radio has a primary allocation. Ofcom is also proposing low-power airborne transmission on some bands. Beacons, repeaters, and gateways would no longer require a notice of variation in most cases. The holders of a foundation license would be permitted on the 2.4 gigs and 5 gigs bands. Foundation license holders would also be allowed to build their own equipment. In another change, hams advancing to a higher class of license would be required to surrender their lower-level license and call sign, only a single personal license. This requirement would not apply to clubs. This is just a sample of what Ofcom is suggesting. The regulator is seeking feedback and has set a deadline of the 4th of September for comment. For a link to the document, please see the text version of this week's newscast script at arnewsline.org. This is Jeremy Boot, G4NJH.
So, you think you had a great field day? Sorry, but no matter how amazing of a time you had, no matter how many QSOs you and your club logged, it can never compare to the experience of one amateur in Alabama who helped organize his club's big weekend. Jim Dameron, N8 TMW, tells us more.
Patrick Nagel, N4GLE, was ready. Field Day weekend couldn't come soon enough for this member of the Muscle Shoals Amateur Radio Club. Been part of the organizing committee for the club's field day for the past 3 years, and everyone was ready to put the club call sign W4JNB on the air. This year, Rhett Allen Nagel was also ready. In fact, on June 23rd, 2023, just as field day prep was underway, he was so ready that he was born. With the doctor's help, Rhett's mother, Caitlin Hendricks Nagel, brought him in and into Patrick's arms. Patrick told Newsline that he and his wife had hoped for Rhett's birth to take place a few days after field day, but the doctor wasn't available on their chosen date of June 26th. So, June 23rd it was going to be. Holding strong at the field day site was brand new grandfather Papa Roy Nagel, KI4UX, who kept things running smoothly and stayed in touch with his son. The happy new father may have been away from the club's operating site this year, but he told Newsline he knows he had the best QSO of field day weekend. While it may not have been made over the air, he said that all those eyeball QSOs with his new son included plenty of snuggles. This is Jim Dameron, N8 TMW.
Newsline offers the Nagel family all the best. We can't wait to hear that Rhett has received his call sign. So you want to be a part of the World Radio Sport Team Championship, but you didn't qualify and you're not in Italy right now? That's a small point, really, if you want to get in on the action. Graham Kemp, VK4BB, explains.
While amateur radio teams from all over the world compete in the WRTC on July 8th and July 9th, hams from all over the world can now compete right along with the competitors. Organisers have announced the WRTC 2022 Competition Award. Yes, it's still known as WRTC 2022 because of the one-year COVID delay. Hams who have had QSOs with competing stations in the championship can work towards this award by getting on the air during the contest and listening for the action. Organisers recommend that those seeking the award submit their complete logs within 6 hours after the contest ends, which will be at 1800 UTC, Sunday, the 9th of July. The WRTC 2022 Competition Award is the latest event created in support of the championship. The WRTC 2023 award, offered earlier, challenged radio operators to make contacts with special event stations in 12 regions throughout Italy. There were also special event stations around the world, most of them also with the suffix. For more details about the competition award, visit WRTC2022.it and look under the News tab. This is Graham Kemp, VK4BB.
The FCC is getting ready to accept applications for new low-power FM stations. Kent Peterson, KC0DGY, brings us up to date.
As Newsline reported in February, the FCC has made room on the spectrum for the operation of new low-power FM broadcast stations in the U.S. The agency has now announced that a filing window for permit applications will be open between November 1st and November 8th of this year. The Commission will accept proposals for frequencies anywhere in the FM band, from channel 201 to channel 300. The last time the FCC opened a filing window for low-power FM broadcast operation was in 2013. FCC data lists fewer than 2,000 such stations operating in the U.S. since the year 2000, when the FCC created the service for 100-watt stations engaged in non-commercial educational broadcasts. Commercial operations and individuals are ineligible for operation of these stations. When competing applications are filed, an auction may need to occur before the allotments are decided. The FCC will release filing procedures and other relevant details later. Meanwhile, prospective applicants are encouraged to monitor the Audio Division webpage on the agency website. This is Kent Peterson, KC0DGY.
Satellite fans, get ready for a big weekend in India devoted to your favorite subject. Registration has opened as we hear from Jim Meechan, ZL2BHF.
Registration has opened for satellite enthusiasts and other amateurs planning to attend the Oscar convention in West Bengal, India on September 23rd and 24th. The website is also accepting registration for the radio sport portion of the weekend, a CW contest, and some fox hunting activity. The weekend theme is simple: get on the air. OSCAR is an acronym that stands for Orbiting Satellite Carrying Amateur Radio. While the full schedule is not yet posted, the organizer, OSCAR India, has said the event planners are making special efforts to support and encourage youth to get more involved in amateur radio. Various license exams will be offered at the venue. The program of presenters is expected to showcase the latest technologies and assist attendees in broadening their knowledge of operating techniques, antenna design, digital modes, and signal propagation. There will also be plenty of opportunity to socialize. The Oscar convention is supported by Parks on the Air India and Beaches on the Air India. For details or to submit your registration, visit the website address that appears in the text version of this week's newscast at arnewsline.org. This is Jim Meechan, ZL2BHF.
In China, a development team is working hard on the next satellite destined to enter lunar orbit with an amateur radio payload. John Williams, VK4JJW, explains the project.
The creators of the first amateur radio satellite to operate in lunar orbit are in the process of developing a second one with the hope of launching it in 2024 from Wenchang, China. The development team consists of students at the Harbin Institute of Technology in China and ham radio operators from around the world. Known as Lunar Oscar 2, it'll have telemetry, a digipeater with a JT4G uplink and downlink, along with a digital image downlink from an infrared camera. The satellite will will also be useful for various amateur radio orbit determination experiments and communications relay research. Harbin Institute students built the first ham radio satellite to operate in lunar orbit in May of 2018. The tiny satellite had a big following among hams around the world who used it to download images of the Earth and the Moon. This is John Williams, VK4JJW.
Time for you to identify your station. We are the Amateur Radio Newsline, heard on bulletin stations around the world, including the N8NC repeater of the North Coast Amateur Radio Club in Brunswick, Ohio, on Sundays at 8 p.m. during the weekly Information Net. We hope our listeners have been enjoying the Amateur Radio Newsline Haiku Challenge. We certainly have. In the spirit of fun and perhaps a little bit of literary adventure, we've been inviting listeners to channel their most creative selves and share the joy of ham radio in the form of a haiku. On our website, arnewsline.org, you will find a submission form for sending your most poetic offering. To qualify, you need to follow traditional haiku form. The first line is 5 syllables, the second line is 7 syllables, and the finishing third line has another 5 syllables. We cannot accept any other formats. Our team will pick from the best submissions that follow the 575 syllable rule and represent the love of ham radio. Your prize? For now, bragging rights and a featured spot for your haiku on the Amateur Radio Newsline website. We may have a surprise for you at the end of the year, however, so visit our website at arnewsline.org and take a look at this week's winning ham radio haiku. The U.S. government's long-range surveillance system, which operates on the HF bands, is in line for a major upgrade. Andy Morrison, K9 AWM, tells us to get ready.
The United States Navy knows what almost every amateur radio operator knows too, that sometimes the software that enhances your transmissions on HF needs a major upgrade. In this case, it's an $87.5 million upgrade for the Navy, and the work will be done on a long-range surveillance system by Raytheon Technologies Corporation. The system is known as ROTHR, R-O-T-H-R, which is short for Relocatable Over-the-Horizon Radar, and it detects and tracks surface ships and aircraft by using long-range radar in the HF part of the spectrum. The 4-year contract will provide software enhancements, maintenance, installation, removal, integration, and testing, among other things, and will be conducted mainly in Chesapeake, Virginia, and Marlborough, Massachusetts. Unlike hams, the Navy puts the ROTHR systems on the air for an important enforcement mission. The systems have been used to track drug smuggling and are, in fact, considered the government's primary form of surveillance in the war on drugs. This is Andy Morrison, K9 AWM.
Congratulations to the National Institute of Amateur Radio, which marked its 40th anniversary with a big celebration in its Hyderabad headquarters. The NI is a non-governmental organization that holds training sessions and workshops and advocates for India's radio amateurs. Founded on June 21st, 1983, it is also home to an active club station, VU2NRO, which participates in contests and special events. The NIAR plays a big role in helping individuals and learning institutions in forming their own ham radio clubs throughout India. All the best from us at Newsline for the next 40 years and beyond. In the world of DX, listen for the special call sign IL3P on the air between the 1st of July and the 30th of September throughout the Italian of Veneto. Be listening especially on the 28th through the 31st as the team activates Palestrina Island, IOTA number EU131, holiday style, and participates in the IOTA contest. See QRZ.com for QSL details. OZ1DJJ is using the call sign OX3LX from Kanak, Maidenhead locator FQ57JL from Greenland, IOTA number NA018 until the 18th of July. He will be operational on 4 and 6 meters, but he will also be active on the HF bands. He may include a side trip to Herbert Island, IOTA number NA134, or Meteorite Island. See QRZ.com for QSL details and some great pictures. Dave, G4OSY, will be active holiday style as VP9. G4OSY from Hamilton Parish, Bermuda, IOTA number NA005, until the 8th of July. He'll be using sideband most of the time and operating on 40 through 10 meters. You may also hear him on 6 meters, QSL direct to his home call. Several operators in Germany will be using the special call sign DL0SOP for the month of July, marking the 65th edition of the Sea of Peace Award. A small silk pennant is to be given for QSOs with the Baltic neighboring states and regions all month long. Annual stickers are available from hams participating during other years. See QRZ.com for QSL details. And for our final item this week, we're proud to announce the winner of the 2023 Amateur Radio Newsline Bill Pasternak Memorial Young Ham of the Year Award. Amateur Radio Newsline's Mark Abramovich, NT3V, is chairman of the award program, and he spoke with our latest honoree.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Yes, that is so cool. Thank you so much.
And that was the reaction of Case Van Osprey, W0 Alpha Alpha Echo of Maple Grove, Minnesota, in suburban Minneapolis upon learning he had been selected as the Young Ham of the Year. Case recently turned 19 years old, just making the cutoff for the award. He's the son of Mark and Jean Van Osprey. He's a recent honors graduate of Heritage Christian Academy in Maple Grove and was the valedictorian for his class. Case says when he was 12, during a museum visit, he spotted a fascinating exhibit that sparked his curiosity about amateur radio.
And I saw this cool amateur radio shack there. There was this cool map with all of their markers where they made contacts and saw Antarctica.
He says that prompted some online research.
Got a book on Amazon, studied and took the 2 licenses. And it was on from there. I got a Baofeng handy donkey. I still have it.
But Case says he wanted to explore more.
HF was my life. I got involved with a few radio clubs, the Minnesota Wireless Association, which is contesting. Contesting is pretty much my main thing that I do in amateur radio, although I branch out and do other things.
Among those other things was getting connected to youth in amateur radio through the Youth on the Air Americas program, where he has taken up leadership roles in training of operators, QSL manager, and sharing his interest in remote operating. Case says he did some online research on remote operating and found a mentor, Ray Higgins, W2RE, who opened a door to a whole new world.
He gives us unlimited access to these highly competitive stations that use flex radios. I was able to do very, very well through that and contesting through DX contesting. He gave us the tools and we branched out from there. I was one of the 5 youths that kind of started the program, and now we have over 80, 100 youth.
Case says he taught himself Morse code through online computer programs, and while he says his ability to copy CW exceeds 35 words per minute, his sending speed is a little slower, and he prefers a key to paddles. Case has picked up several awards for his DX and domestic contests, SSB and CW entries over his short time in ham radio. He's only been licensed for nearly 5 years. His favorite contest, he says, is the North American QSO Party.
It's just 12 hours long, and it's just on Saturday only, and I love that because I can work on homework on Sunday.
Case will begin college in August at Iowa State University.
I'm really excited because they have a great aerospace engineering program 3.5 hours away from me, so not too far away. There are only a few colleges in the country that actually do this particular major.
Congratulations, Case, from all of us at Amateur Radio Newsline. I'm Mark Abramovich, NT3V.
Case will be honored during a presentation ceremony on Saturday, August 19th at the Huntsville Hamfest. Do you have a piece of amateur radio news that you think Newsline would be interested in? We're not talking about advertising your club's upcoming Hamfest or field day participation, but something that is out of the ordinary. If so, send us a brief overview via the contact page at arnewsline.org. If it's newsworthy and we would like to cover it, we'll get back to you for more details. With thanks to Amateur Radio Daily, AMSAT News Service, Arunava Day, VU3XRY, ARRL, CQ Magazine, David Behar, K7DB, DXWorld.net, FCC 425, DX News, IFL Science, Military and Aerospace Electronics, National Institute of Amateur Radio, Ofcom, Oscar India, QRZ.com, Radio Society of Great Britain, Radio World, ShortwaveRadio.de, Wireless Institute of Australia, Zacks Investment Research, and you, our listeners. That's all from the Amateur Radio Newsline. We remind our listeners that Amateur Radio Newsline is an all-volunteer nonprofit organization that incurs expenses for its continued operation. If you wish to support us, please visit our website at arnewsline.org and know that we appreciate you all. We also remind our listeners that if you like our newscast, please leave us a 5-star rating wherever you subscribe to us. For now, with Karen Eve Murray, KD2 GUT at the news desk in New York, and our news team worldwide, I'm Neil Rapp, WB9 VPG in Union, Kentucky, saying 7-3. And as always, we thank you for listening. Amateur Radio Newsline is copyright 2023. All rights reserved.
W8WKY.
the weekly Serenette, featuring club news, trivia, and check-ins from some of the nicest hams in the universe starts in 5 minutes. Get ready for the weekly SARAnet starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
CQ. This is W8WKY calling CQ for the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Club Net. Your net control this evening is Dave, November Tango 8 Delta. This net uses the club call sign Whiskey 8 Whiskey Kilo Yankee for all traffic. This is a controlled net open to all amateur radio operators and all net control traffic. All traffic must pass through net control. Emergency and priority traffic may break into this net at any time. Sarah meets on this repeater every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. And we encourage all licensed operators to check in with us. If you're not familiar, our PL tone is 114.8. We'll go through some announcements, and we'll take in and out check-ins, regular check-ins, and see if we have a trivia question for tonight. Break.
W8WKY.
Coming up on July 15th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Lake Milton State Park is the Western Reserve Amateur Radio Club's Radio Roundup, NEO Amateur Radio Roundup, so you can find this information and the rest of it on the W8WKY.org website. We have our monthly meeting coming up July 20th at the Eagles there in Redmond, and listen around for who's eating dinner where beforehand. License exam is coming up in Wayne County on August 5th. Stefan, NAWB, is in charge of that. Let's see. There's an antenna build project that we've just completed. That's been closed, but if you want to sneak in, they'll probably let you in and watch them build antennas. It's an off-center fed dipole. Let's see. Those are the announcements I have for this evening. Does anybody have any other announcements that may be relevant to the Sarah Club? Please call now. With nothing heard, let me open this up to in and out check-ins. In and out check-ins only. We'll break this up into a couple of different groups. First-time check-ins. If you've never checked into the SARAnet before and you just want to throw out your call and listen along, please call now. All right, nothing heard. Let's take digital check-ins. Digital check-ins. D-Star, Echolink, all that good stuff. In and out digital. Please call. All right, nothing heard. Let's take RF check-ins in and out. Let's try this. If Route 77 runs through your county, or if you live east of 77, please call for an in-and-out check-in. 77 running north and south. If it goes through your county, or if you live east of there, please call now. In and out.
WO3X in and out. I'm going for GB13COL.
Kilo Bravo 8 Victor Hotel Mike. Tom and Green in and out.
An O3X VHM in and out. If 77 runs through your county, or you live east of there, please call for an in and out.
KE8SDQ Ryan.
Ryan, one more time, anybody else? Right, nothing heard. Let's take anybody who is west of 77, even if it runs through your county. But if you're west of 77 and you're an in-and-out check-in, please call now.
Whiskey, Bravo 8, Victor, Mike Whiskey, Jim in Barberton. Hello, Captain.
Good evening there, Jim. Anybody else in and out? 77 and west. Start taking regular check-ins. If you're a first-time check-in to the net and you want to stick around, say hello, please call now.
KA8GKG.
I may have copied Kilo Alpha 8 Zulu Kilo Golf. If you come back and make sure I have your letters correct. A8, I think it was ZKG, something like that. If you come back again, please.
Yes, Kilo Alpha 8 Golf, Kilo Golf, John in Akron.
Gotcha, John. Thank you very, very much. Any other first-time check-ins to the Serenet, please call now. Okay, let's take digital check-ins. Digital check-ins to the Sarah Tuesday Night Net. Please call now. Tinkerbell is whining for check-ins. All right, let's take RF check-ins. If 77 runs through your county, or if you live east of 77, or those counties, please call for a regular check-in.
W8WKY, this is Kilo Echo 8, Victor Quebec X-Ray, KE8BQX, Joe, about 3 miles east of 77.
All right, anybody else who lives in a county that has 77 running through it? I hope folks know their geography a little bit there. That'd be like Summit County and Cuyahoga County and what is it, the one that Canton has in it? Is that Stark County, I guess? 77 and east, regular check-ins, please call.
K9CKY, Jason in Big Prairie. I'll be in and out. Couldn't get in earlier.
East of 77 or right nearby? I'm going to have to pick a different landmark next time. West of 77, regular check-ins for the Sarah Tuesday Night Net. Please call.
K9CKY, Jason in Big Prairie.
Early Kilo, 77 and 18 under the bridge.
W8WKY, this is Kilo Delta 8, Sierra Lima Golf, KD8SLG, Nick in Orville.
K9CKY, Jason in Big Prairie.
Echo 8, Uniform, India Bravo, KE8, UIB, John in Massillon.
Kilo, Charlie 8, Hotel, Delta, Papa, KC8, HDP, Jerry in Shreve.
All right, I got SLG, UIB, HDP, and CKY. Jason, got you. There was somebody else who I missed. I think they ended with a kilo at the end of their call. If you checked in and I didn't repeat your call, please call again.
W8WKY.
Kilo Golf 4, Sierra Charlie Kilo, KG4 SCK, Mark Copley.
Got you there, Mark. Any other regular check-ins for the Sarah Tuesday night net, please call. Any check-ins anywhere, please call W8WKY for the Sarah Tuesday night net.
Whiskey 8, Echo Lima, Mike, Eric, Orville. Good evening, Dave.
Good evening, Eric. Thanks for checking in with us tonight. Do you have a trivia question for the group, or should I look one up?
I am ready, willing, and able.
All right, thanks very much. We got a small group here tonight, so I have with us sticking around K8GKG, KE8VQX, KG4SCK, KD8SLG, KE8UIB, KC8HDP, and W8ELM. Is there anybody else who'd like to join us for the duration tonight? Please call W8WKY.
Kilo Alpha 8, Mike November Tango.
I got you, Tom. Anybody else? All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Eric, and he can dish out our trivia questions so people can mull on it for a little while till we get around to them. Eric, please take the floor. W8WKY. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Dave. Good evening to everybody. And I just got to looking at it. It's kind of complex, but since we have a small group, I guess we can read it a couple times if necessary. Here we go. Although superior in sensitivity and selectivity to the regenerative receivers in use at the time, the superheterodyne receiver, invented by Edwin Howard Armstrong, did not initially gain widespread use because, I'm going to read that again before I give the choices. Although superior in sensitivity and selectivity to the regenerative receivers in use at the time, the superheterodyne receiver invented by Edwin Howard Armstrong did not initially gain widespread use because A. Few commercial broadcast stations were operating at the time. B. Significantly more vacuum tubes were required. C. More batteries of different voltages were needed. D. the end of World War I hostilities reduced demand. Or E, all of these were contributing factors. And I'll give those again. The superheterodyne receiver did not initially gain widespread use because A, alpha. Few commercial broadcast stations were operating at the time. B, bravo. Significantly more vacuum tubes were required. C, Charlie. More batteries of different voltages were needed. D, delta. The end of World War I hostilities reduced demand. Or E, all of these were contributing factors. Back to net, W8WKY from W8ELM.
All right there, Eric. Interesting question. I like the way that it combines technical issues with historical issues. And, you kind of almost tempted me with E. But I dislike C so much that I'm going to go with B, Baker. And that's going to be my answer. And that's the best explanation I have for it. So don't ask for anything that's actually knowledgeable. All right. Let's go through our list, get some comments, and get answers to Eric's question. Hope everybody is having a safe Independence Day celebration. That's probably why we have a light night tonight. Smart people are having family picnics and watching fireworks. But the rest of us are playing a little radio. KAA, GKG, good morning, or evening, John. Sorry, I did the barometer in that thing. Welcome to the Sarah Tuesday Night Net.
Yes, good evening, and hello to, and happy 4th to everyone on the net tonight. No, we just had a cookout and some family over, and had a nice time. Nice day. The weather was great. I got my grass mowed earlier, and then everybody arrived, and finally got the grass mowed after all the rain we've had. And every time I want to mow it, it's raining. But anyway, a fun time here. Hope everyone else's 4th was as pleasant as mine. Anyway, I'll go with A alpha on the trivia. Although B or C does sound enticing, I'll go with A alpha. So with that, it's back to net control. KA8GKG celebrating truth, justice in the American way in Akron, Ohio.
All right there, John. I'm glad you had a nice holiday there. And just a little a note of forewarning. Eric never uses C for an answer unless he's trying to fool us because we know he doesn't use C for an answer. So just you should know that about Eric and the trivia question. Yeah, we would normally do family picnics, but since my mom passed, we don't do those quite as often unless my sister-in-law puts it together. So I went up to my dad's place, and I trimmed tree branches for him today, and we made lunch together and hung out for a few hours. So I got to spend 4th of July with my dad, which was a very pleasurable afternoon. So hope everybody else is having a good and safe one. Let's see. KEA-VQX, you're up there next. Joe, good evening, and what do you have for the net tonight?
W8WKY, this is KE8VQX. Hello, Dave, and everyone on the net. Hi, Dave, Sailor. Anyway, I spent the last 4 or 5 days up in Afton, Minnesota with my mother, and I drove 11 hours and 5 minutes in the seat, 11 hours and 20 minutes total travel time. That was 1 fuel stop and 1 physiological need stop. Anyways, I'm back home now for a day, and then I have to leave town again. My answer for the question is going to be E, echo all, because I have no idea. Anyway, thanks for running the net, Dave, and just glad to hear everyone again and be home for a day or two. So with that, KE8VQX back to net control.
Roger, glad you're home safe. You drive like I do. And you made it with gasoline and a personal stop. That's pretty good. I end up using probably 2 of each. Plus, I've got bad circulation in my legs, so I kind of need to stop every couple hours and get up and just walk around for 5 minutes. But yeah, congratulations. Glad you're safe. And be careful on your next drive. I was going to say something else, but that's all I could fit into my brain at one time. So have a great rest of your holiday. We'll catch you again down the road here, I hope. Let's see here. Mark, KG4SCK, you're up here next. If you have an answer for Eric, let us know what it is. And any 4th of July comments, please share them.
Well, thank you, Dave. Yeah, 4th of July comments. I guess after the net here, I'm going to find the sheets nearest me and see if they still got some of that 1776 a gallon gas. And Eric, I sure hope I get my name read on this trivia question answer tonight. So I think A applies. I think B applies. We're leery about C, but with grid currents and vacuum tubes, maybe that does apply. D might shoot me out of the water. So I'm going with E. That's my story. This is KG4SCK. Back to W8WKY net control.
Roger, we got you. And yeah, I think you said you're in Copley here. Don't forget there's the car show's coming up this coming Sunday, the Copley Car Show, if you like cars. And yeah, the thing that bothers me about C is I always imagine controlling voltage with resistors, so the whole battery thing just kind of throws me for a loop, which is, so if C fails, then E fails, and it's a long logical string, and it could be down the garden path for all I know, but Eric will clarify here in just a little while. With that, we're coming up on KD8SLG. You're not at the back of the bus tonight. Sorry, because it's not the barometer net. I hope you're having a good 4th of July holiday. I ordered $500 worth of marine hardware today from West Marine, mostly pulleys, and the center board is bolted in place. So maybe Lake Milton, maybe something to think about. KD8SLG, W8WKY.
W8WKY, this is KD8SLG. Dave, real quick before I go into my spiel, I thought you were going to wait until you got the sales before you ordered hardware. Did you get a little trigger happy there?
Sir, I did. I was looking at some really nice, I thought, artificial wood blocks online. Turns out they were from a Polish company in Poland, and not just Polish people, but in Poland. And they wanted $100 for each pulley for just a single sheave pulley. The double sheave pulley was $200. I was looking at over $1,200 just for some pulleys. So I was able to find some pretty nice Harkin pulleys and some stuff that was not that for a third the price, $35 a block instead of $100 a block. And they were having a 4th of July sale and free shipping, and so yeah, I probably need to. I didn't get every single piece that I need, but I got most of the things that I'm going to need, and I don't think I got anything that I won't need. So I went ahead and pulled the trigger. But you're right. I did say that. Go ahead with your spiel there, Nick. Yeah, we don't have many people here, so I don't care taking up that much time. KD8SLG, NTAD.
KD8SLG returning. Polish pulleys. I'm sure there's a joke in somewhere. A joke in there somewhere. I'm not prepared to stretch it out tonight, though. So, good deal, man. And yeah, I'm on board for Lake Milton. I believe I shared with you I'm going to be in State College for a couple of days before that, and I plan on making the trip back that day to make that all-in roundup picnic for all the hams because there's free food. I'm going to be there, and if we can make that a little bit of a boating experience on top of that, I'm all hands on deck for that. All right. For trivia tonight, I'm going to go with Echo. I decided that immediately. I always see super heterodyne listed as on my Yaesu specs, and I have no clue what it is. It's usually double or triple super heterodyne. That must be even twice or three times as good. But I'm going Echo, and a couple other guys have as well. So we'll see how that works out for everybody tonight. I've got one more thing. This is the second week on Newsline. We've heard the call for haikus. So I've got a haiku here I want to share with everybody tonight. On the radio, I'm KD8SLG. My name is just Nick. Happy Independence Day, everybody. I hope you have a great time. Stay safe. We'll talk to you down the coax. KD8SLG, back to net control.
Nick, I'm not sure when I've heard transmission that satisfying. Just going to let it sit with that Jurassic pause. Nicely done. All right, we'll keep in touch. I'll meet you there. And yeah, I get what you're going with the Echo there. We'll see how this all pans out. I'm really curious. Be safe out in Pennsylvania. All right, somebody's spending a penny of their nickel on the 4th of July holiday. John, K8UIB. I hope you're having a terrific Independence Day. W8WKY.
NTAD from K8UIB. Good evening, Dave, and everybody out there on the net. And happy 4th of July to everybody. I am living the $5 dream, a nickel at a time. And anytime you're on vacation, you can sit on your keister and get paid. That is definitely living the $5 dream. That is for sure. The trivia question. My mom and dad always listen in via scanner when they can try to get in on the trivia net. And my mom always messages me. They never agree on an answer. Tonight, they both chose E. So even though I feel like answer, I'm going to go ahead and choose Echo since they agree on the answer. And they want to we'll go that route. So we'll try that for sure. Let me pause for time real quick. Me and the missus, on the other hand, we have had a really great weekend. We had went camping with my brother up at Charles Mills, something we try to do every year at Eagle Point Park up there, and went out on the pontoon boat and stuff, fishing a couple of days there, and the missus caught a 14.5-inch white bass, and I caught a 15.5-inch white bass. So that was really, really nice with some spinner bait off the pontoon boat. So that really made for a good weekend, that's for sure. But with that, I hope everybody's enjoying their 4th of July weekend. And this is K8UIB. I will hand this back over to Net Control. 7-3, y'all.
Hey, John. Nice job to you and your XYL there. Put a smile on my face. This must have made some nice fillets for you. Absolutely. My buddies up at Lake Erie, they generally fish for perch and walleye, although there's a few bass fishermen up there. Oh man, one of my buddies threw probably about 5-6 years in a row threw a perch fest in September. And then there were a few walleye tossed in there as well. But if you get up to Fairport Harbor and you want some fresh Lake Erie fish, don't go to Pickle Bill's. It's a fun place to sit out on the barge and drink and have fun. But if you want fish, go to Brennan's across the street. Just my suggestion. All right, John, thanks very much. Appreciate it so much. Eric, looks like we got a lot of E's here. Let's see what you're going to come up with here at the end. Jerry, you're up here next. Stand by, Tom. KC8 HDP and W8WKY. Go ahead there, Jerry. I hope you're having a good and safe holiday weekend.
Well, good evening, Dave. Nice to check in with you this evening. Thank you for taking the Independence Day version of the Sarah Club Net. And good evening, Eric. Thank you for the trivia question. You always have great questions. So I'm going to answer that trivia question before I forget. And since no one has picked Delta, I am going to go with Delta. Answer Delta. Having a fine weekend. Shreve had their fireworks with Swamp Fest back on June 17th. So no fireworks here in town, but there's plenty around in the area. The campground near me set some off Sunday evening, and they had a really nice display that I could see from home and even get the booms from it. So that was really cool. I would recommend a book or a series. There was a book entitled Empire of the Air. It was about radio and had about Mr. Armstrong in it, and it was part of the story. And PBS made a documentary film of it entitled Empire of the Air. So if you're inclined to read the book or read that, or check out the documentary movie of it. David Sarnoff, the head of National Broadcasting Corporation, tasked Mr. Armstrong for developing something that would eliminate interference from the radio signals, so that people could listen without interference. And when he was done, he called Mr. Sarnoff to his laboratory, and he turned on this machine that made a bunch of interference and on the radio, and he flipped the switch, and the interference was gone. And Mr. Sarnoff was really pleased until he found out that Mr. Armstrong had developed a frequency modulation, and all the radios that were in use were amplitude modulation, and he didn't like that. So didn't like the solution. But anyway, Mr. Armstrong also invented frequency modulation. Well, that's my spiel for this evening. Once again, great to talk to you, Dave, and thank you once again, Eric, and good to hear everyone on the net this evening. So that'll send it back to you, Dave. W8WKY in the net from KC8HDP 73, and happy Independence Day.
Roger, Roger. Well, we go from AM to FM to PSK. If you're going to change frequencies, you can also change phase. And I'll tell you, all this stuff completely relates to piano tuning. Just I see everybody's making comments. I'm just like thinking here. I'm like listening to piano pitch strings in my head because I'm listening to all the different harmonics and making sure all the harmonics align. But if you have one string that is 1/1000th of an inch higher than the other two strings, because you have 3 strings on a lot of the piano notes, when you hit that with a hammer, that one string is going to be out of phase with the other 2 strings, and it makes a difference. There's just so much detail in that work. I appreciate the masters a great deal. Same thing with the radio. All right, Eric, we finally got a D. I got a B. There's an A. Nobody has picked C yet. That's the only unchoose letter that I have here. I doubt Tom's going to pick it, but we'll get to Tom, see who else might be out there, and then we'll get back to you there, Eric. KA8MNTWAWKY. Thanks for checking in with the net tonight.
W8WKY, this is KA8MNT. Good evening, Dave, and everybody that's listening. Well, let's get this trivia question out of the way. Looking over the answers, there's two of them that relate to each other. But then they don't relate to each other. So, I am afraid, deathly afraid, that I'm going to go with Bravo, with too many vacuum tubes. So, that's my answer, and I'm sticking to it. So, had a pretty good day today. We got together this morning for brunch at the 6-meter group, the 50.4 AM group, and again, we solved more of the world's problems. Boy, we're good at that. Don't know if anybody's going to heap to them, but whatever. Also, just to let all you dads out there know, whenever you talk to your kids and they start hollering for their mother, well, in kid language, that means, I want to talk to your supervisor. So with that, I'm going to turn everything back over to the net. This is KA8MNT, 7 threes.
I like that, Tom. And the converse of that is that when you're faced with a question that you don't want to answer, that your kid is asking you, you tell him to go ask the supervisor because that's beyond your pay grade. Go ask your mother. So it kind of works both ways if you know how to play it. Nice one. I like that. And, as you were talking there, I remember learning about receivers when I was a kid back in the 70s. And so the only one that I know for sure is right is that the superhead has more tubes. I know that's true. A, B, C, D, they might be true also, so it could be E. Maybe, but I know B is true, so I'm going to stick with my answer. With that, we're at the bottom of the list. This is the W8WKY Tuesday night Sarah Club Net, Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Club Net. I'm going to make a call for check-ins for anybody else who might like to join our group before any of the fireworks start. And if we get any newcomers, we'll get Eric to repeat the question. Please call now.
This is KEA-YBY, Henry in Kent, Ohio, and I'll be in and out.
WA4 WGA, Talmadge. Kilo Delta 2, Hotel Charlie Echo. Christian and Medina will be in and out.
AV8MO.
Sector. KC8. KCFQV with a key, KCFQV.
Whiskey 8, Charlie Tango Mike, carry at Portage Lakes, and I'll be in and out.
Kilo Echo 8, Quebec Whiskey Echo.
K9 CKY, Jason in Big Prairie. Not sure if you got me or not, Dave, but still here.
AV8MO, Alpha Bravo 8, Mike Oscar.
I'm going to pick it up here. I think we got a complete group there. I want to thank our in and outs. KE8YPY, we got you, Henry. Thank you very much. Carrie, WHCTM, we got you also. If you want to join us out at Lake Milton next weekend, let me know. Let's see, I got WGA, HCA, Mike Oscar, FQV, and QWE, and we still have CKY. I had you in and out, but we'll get you back in here as a regular. Anybody else that I missed before we get Eric to repeat the question?
W8WKY.
Nothing heard. WAELM, Eric, if you wouldn't mind repeating the trivia question for our newcomers, I'll go out and start counting up how many people we got here.
Dave, it will be my pleasure. Although superior in sensitivity and selectivity to the regenerative receivers in use at the time, the superheterodyne receiver invented by Edwin Howard Armstrong did not initially gain widespread use because A, alpha, few commercial broadcast stations were operating at the time, B, bravo, significantly more vacuum tubes were required, C, Charlie, more batteries of different voltages were needed, D, Delta, the end of World War I hostilities reduced demand, or E, Echo, all of these were contributing factors. W8ELM, back to net.
All right, thank you very much there, Eric, and I can see how you can get it. I see how you can get people with E, and it might be the right answer, but I'm not going to go there. All right, let's pick up Jason first. KC9CKY, you're still here, and I've got you marked in and out. So what you got for us tonight? What's your answer for Eric's question? And happy Independence Day.
Dave, and thanks for getting me in here. For the answer, I would go with A alpha. I believe that's where I'll go. I really don't have a big explanation for it, but I feel like that's right. It's been a long weekend. I worked all weekend at the campground, and we were completely packed. I think I heard another station talk about the fireworks near Shreve, and that's where I'm at, over at Jellystone in Big Prairie, and we had an awesome time. Got a little mowing done today, and washed the Jeep, and that's about it, really. Just kind of relaxing a little bit. But back to net, and 7-3 everyone, and God bless. K9CKY.
All right, Jason, thanks very much. Glad you got to enjoy the fireworks. I'm sure we'll have some around here somewhere this evening. I didn't get out to the lake and watch them, but maybe Kerry over there in Portage Lakes gets to see some tonight. I'm sure he's got a beautiful view. So thanks for joining us. We'll catch you again soon, I'm sure. Let's get over to Ray, WA4WGA. Good evening, Ray. Thanks for checking in with the net tonight. Happy Independence Day to you. What do you have for us? And if you got an answer for Eric's question, let us know what you think.
Well, good day, sir. From WA4WGA, I'm going to go with Bravo and Echo. I think both of those could be correct. Bravo and Echo. Well, it was a quiet day here at the old folk home because most of the residents had family members or friends take some of them out for the day. So that gave me a chance to get caught up on my reading and on some of my audio drop. And on Monday, I have an appointment with Dr. McBrain to see what's going on inside my head, see if we can figure out what's going on with all these seizures that I've been having for the last 4 years. Other than that, there's not much to report. So, good job as always, Dave. You do a really good job when you do this. And that's about it from the old folk home. WAWKY from WA4WGA.
Oh, Ray, thank you very much for the compliment, and I'm glad you had a peaceful day today. I got to work up a sweat cutting down tree limbs up at my dad's place, but I took care of that part, and he said he would drag them back out into the woods a little bit at a time when he felt like it. So that way he gets to feel like he got some work done himself there too, I suppose. But we took care of that stuff. My mom used to keep a garden, and she was the one who took care of it all the time. And my dad doesn't like working out in the sun taking care of that stuff, so we're trying to simplify it and make it much easier to maintain here. So we made a little progress there today. But I hope you had a peaceful day, and thanks for joining us tonight on the 4th of July. Let's see. Chris, HCE, you in and out. If you're still here, go ahead. Apparently, I remembered correctly, even though I did not write it down, which takes us to Andy, AB8MO, our net control operator for the barometer net. I hope you had a good time, Andy. I enjoyed listening to you, and I hope you felt comfortable this morning. AB8MO, WAWKY.
WAWKY, this is AB8MO. Well, hopefully my internet connection will stay good here. It's been in and out all day here. I was on the boredom breaker net earlier today, and it dropped out in the middle of my transmission. So I don't know how much, if any, that they got, but so far so good. Happy Independence Day to everybody. Just planning on playing radio here, doing a little FT8 right now. Nothing spectacular, just worked Brazil on 40 meters, which is, no big deal. But I actually got all the 13 colonies. I thought I had K2E left, but then I looked at my log and I actually worked them on 40 and 80 meters. So I got them all at least on FT8, and now I'm trying to work on getting them all on sideband. So about halfway through. The event goes until July 7th there, folks, so you still got a couple days to do it if you choose to partake. It seems to be a wildly popular event. A lot of people on HF and on locally have been talking about working the 13 Colony special event, and it is a lot of fun, except for when people misbehave and ruin it for everybody, and there are some out there. But by and large, majority of them are well behaved. That is for sure. So with that, barometer net went well this morning. I had a final tally of 30 check-ins. I was really trying to drag them out after 8 a.m. but it worked out. Had a couple check-in after Carrie was done, but I threw them on the log anyway. So it was good, and I thought I was going to get mauled and rolled over being over on Allstar. That was kind of one of the reasons why I never ran the barometer net, because I can't get in there if somebody decides to lock up the repeater and transmit like they can on RF. So, but fortunately, that didn't happen today. So yeah, it was great. Yeah, I'd be glad to stop and fill in again some other time. It was good. It was great catching talking with the folks that I don't know we even get to talk to. So with that, what more can I say? Thanks for running the net there, Dave, and I was glad I was able to get in here. It was nice to be able to go back to bed after the barometer net was over and get a little more sleep. Let me drop it a sec for trivia answer.
W8WKY.
Alrighty, man, I'm just running my mouth here. Sorry about that. I'm gonna go B Bravo. The vast number of vacuum tubes. Although most of them weren't terribly expensive. It probably did raise the cost. So we'll go with that. Back she comes. W8WKY. This is ABNMO.
Terrific, Andrew. I'm glad you had a good time today. And Randy, ZHS actually did it for a while from Echolink, which is a challenge as well. But when we were trying to get this thing fired up and get the net control group together, he was one of our sub guys who helped us get us going. And GYS kept it alive for a few months there too as well. So I appreciate you jumping in. Whenever you feel like it, please just say, hey, let me do a day. You're always welcome. I had a great time listening to you. You did a terrific job. And I said, the more people who get experience doing it, the better for the community as a service as we are. Because you never know when you might be the one who has to organize something because you're the guy who has the most experience of the people around you. So, again, appreciate it and enjoyed having you aboard. I remember looking at the schematics, so I know B is one of them. I'm just not sure that E isn't the right answer, but Eric's going to let us know, I'm sure. Mark, KC8FQV, nice to have you aboard for the Sarah Tuesday night net. What do you have for us tonight? What's your answer for Eric's question?
All right, KCFQV. Yeah, I gotta use the key, I guess. I think. It could be A, B, C. So what we'll do is take B, but I will definitely throw A and C on the sides too. Just like the AC delivery system. There is phase A, phase B, and phase C. Yep. And you don't know what phase you're on. So that way you can lose cable because it could be on another phase. Well, B, but we'll throw A and C with it. So we'll send it back to, we need to drag our feet along enough, and maybe they'll get in here from Oklahoma. But we'll send it back your way, KCFQV. Yeah, before I sent it back, I could have gotten this morning. I just didn't have the urge to want to dial up the radio. I don't know why. That's not normal. That's not normal for me, but I didn't want to dial it up today. I don't know. But let's send it back to net now, KCFQV.
That's all right, Mark. Some days are like that. And I have to say, we are exploring the new realms of multiple choice tests, in that I can choose multiple answers. I wish I could have pulled that one on my teacher when I was in school. Hi. All right. right, we got one more on the list. We'll see if there's anybody else, and then we'll get back to Eric. Mike, KEA-QWE, good evening. Thanks for joining the Serenet tonight. What you got for us on Independence Day, and what's your answer for Eric's question?
Kilo Echo 8, Quebec Whiskey Echo. Well, hello there, Dave, and everybody. Trivia. Let's just go ahead and get that out of the way. I'm going to go with B. I know that those answers, in theory, I think you could go with about any of them, but I know B is absolutely correct to have a superhet circuit takes a lot more stuff. So, well, what have I been doing today? Just radio-wise, I've been on a couple of 80-meter nets. I have been working on the 13 colonies and a few things like that. I also went and mowed the lawn in the middle of the afternoon. That was a rather hot job, but oh well, yeah, that's one of the things that needs done. And I got my basement picked up, and it's looking good. So overall, it's been a pretty productive day, and grilled a couple of steaks for my wife and I for supper. And overall, it has been good. So everybody have a great 4th, what is left of it. I'll go ahead and pass this back to Ned. This is Kilo Echo 8, Quebec Whiskey Echo, back to NT8D. Dave, it's all yours.
All right, Mike, sounds like a wonderful dinner you had there. Thanks for joining us tonight. And there was something else that was in there, but I can't remember what it was because I wanted to remember to just ask for one more round of check-in. So I appreciate you being here, and we'll look forward to seeing you at the next meeting or event for Sarah here. So we are at the bottom of the list. It's close to the top of the hour. We've gone full 60 minutes almost. Anybody else need to get in here? Please, this is the right time to call.
Alpha 8 Charlie Sierra. This is Gary in Fairlawn. And I can't believe that I actually called when it was the right time to call. Thank you, Dave.
Net control, please recognize Kilo Charlie 8, Echo Yankee, Dave, and East Sparta.
Kilo 5, Oscar Sierra Bravo, K5 OSV, Lloyd in Tulsa, Oklahoma. In and out tonight. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, K5 OCB, we got you in here. Thanks for your in and out. KC8EEY, Dave will get right to you in a second. AA8CS, Mr. President, it's always the right time for you to check in. Doesn't matter. And let's see, KD8 Charlie Quebec maybe, a little staticky. If you would come back, give me your call and go ahead with your transmission.
It's KD8 Charlie Mike November, Harvin Worcester, and no traffic. I just remembered you guys were there.
Gotcha on the log there, Harv. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. And please join us whenever you can on a Tuesday night or a Sunday or a Wednesday night for the BeaconNet or any weekday morning for the barometer and say hello. Gary, I'm going to give deference to Echo Yankee here, and we'll close out with El Presidente at the end. KC8EEY, this is WAWKY. Please go ahead.
Good evening to the net. Happy Independence Day. Kind of reminds me when I believe it was Benjamin Franklin was asked what kind of government we have. He says we have a republic if we can keep it. So keep that in mind. Been playing around most of the day, but was up with my daughters. Had a picnic and all the festivities. The kids were out swimming in the pool and different things, and just a good day. Playing on the radio and a little bit too. Got a learning curve. Learning. I got software control for my FT991A, and there's a learning curve with that. The logging program, there's a learning curve with that. And you know, at my age, it's a steep hill to climb. And as far as the trivia question, I got in a little late, so I didn't even hear what the question was. So if you want to repeat it, I'll give you an answer, right or wrong. Back to the net. This is KCAEY.
Eric, I'm going to leave this one up to you.
I'll be glad, especially for Dr. Dave, I'm going to go ahead and repeat the question. Dave and I are old friends from the Wilderness Center Astronomy Club days. Although superior in sensitivity and selectivity to the regenerative receivers in use at the time, the superheterodyne receiver invented by Edwin Howard Armstrong did not initially gain widespread use because A. Few commercial broadcast stations were operating at the time. B. Significantly more vacuum tubes were required. C. More batteries of different voltages were needed. D. The end of World War I hostilities reduced demand. Or E. All of these were contributing factors.
Well, after hearing the selection of answers, I have absolutely no idea. I'll just go with B. While I've got the mic on here, Eric, it was a pleasure having lunch with you the other day. It was a good time. We kind of outlasted everybody there at 10's Tavern. Okay, back to the net. This is KCAEY. Why? Just because we want to.
All right. Thank you very much there, Eric. Appreciate that. And there, Dave, you mentioned something there. You just have to keep in mind, and this is something I try to keep in mind, a republic is a government where all of the citizens are represented in the government. That's what a republic is. And the only way to get everybody represented in the government is to have everybody get a vote in the government. So you can only have a republic if you have an open liberal democracy. The two things must work together. Otherwise, the entire concept falls apart. It's a democratic republic because it can't be a republic if it's not a democratic republic, because then not everybody gets represented. So the whole thing has to work together as a system. So that's what I'm keeping in mind this Independence Day, and hoping we can keep the democratic republic alive. With that, we have one more. Speaking of a democratic republic, we're going to invite our president to speak next. Hey, yes, Mr. El Presidente himself, Gary. Welcome to the net.
All right, Dave, thank you for being here, and I am pleased to be here. Let me get to the trivia question immediately. This is because, well, as everyone knows, Eric never will pick or choose C, selection C, as the distractor of choice. So I'm going to go with C, for no other reason than it's Eric's question. Anyway, it's been a great day today. We went out for sushi tonight. I just got home. I got home in time for the net, so I was very pleased about that. Our favorite restaurant that we judge all sushi restaurants by is Sakura there in Montrose. Really, really a great place for sushi. If you like sushi, that's the place to go. Just a really great place. Anyway, that being said, I'm full of sushi right now. Okay, I heard those comments in the background. Anyway, it's been a great holiday. I am so pleased that my kids are here. It's just been really great. It's been a long time since both my daughters have been in town at the same time, so this has been kind of special. That's really all I have. I hope everyone has had as good a 4th of July as I have, because I had a great one, and I'm hoping everybody else did as well. That's really all I have, Dave. Thanks for doing the net on the holiday. That's above and beyond the call of duty, as a matter of fact, and it sounds like you had a good one. So with that, I'll turn it back to Net. This is AA8CS. I'll turn it back to W8WKY. Dave, have a great rest of the holiday, and we'll talk to you again real soon. AA8CS is clear.
All right, Gary, I certainly will. And so happy you had a great time with your daughters. I had a wonderful half a day with my dad in Lake County there, too. So it's always nice to spend a little time with some family whenever you can. It kind of fits in with my philosophy that according to the Einstein block universe, every moment of space-time coordinates is always just a part of the space-time coordinates. They don't disappear. We just only have access to one at a time. That's all. So glad you got to spend some time with your daughters. That's wonderful. And thank you for choosing letter C. Ron would be happy because now all the letters have been chosen. And since all the letters have now been chosen, we can now go to Eric, W-A-E-L-M. What is the correct answer to tonight's really wonderful trivia question? Over to you, and throw in your comments as well.
Well, first of all, to Gary, I didn't even voice the comment and you heard it, so I'm impressed. Oh, this is a historic day. The democratic republic that we live in, that we are celebrating our independence, that makes it historic. But it's historic for another reason, and that is that everyone that answered the trivia question had the correct answer tonight. Everyone. Alpha. Few commercial broadcast stations were operating at the time, and that was the truth. And really the lack of selectivity was not that big a problem because there just weren't that many, and they could easily separate their frequencies. Bravo, significantly more vacuum tubes were required, up to about 8, I think, would have been the minimum for Superhead. C, more batteries of different voltages were needed because of those tubes. The end of World War I hostilities reduced demand because they didn't need the increased sensitivity for picking up those weak signals from the enemy. Therefore, all of these were contributing factors to the slow growth of the super heterodyne receiver, but that did not last, and as you know, it superseded the regenerative receiver. Good to hear everybody tonight. I want to congratulate Mark, KG4SCK, for his thoughtful answer, and I want to let me get some time.
W8WKY.
And I want to congratulate John and John's mom and dad because they chose what I consider to be the correct answer tonight. Let's see. I don't think I have anything else, but it was interesting to hear Mark and Ray with their multiple choices there. Usually a multiple choice just means you pick one answer, but we all had fun tonight. This is W8ELM, back to W8WKY. Thanks, Dave.
Oh, Eric, thanks for entertaining us with really a wonderful trivia question, as you always do. Even if I don't get to stick around for the entire thing, I always like to at least make a guess at it, and I can always ask somebody the answer tomorrow. I want to thank everybody for participating in tonight's Independence Day Tuesday night WAWKY ClubNet. Please join us whenever you can on Tuesday nights. Please join the Beacon Nets at 10 o'clock. I think early check-ins are at like 9:30 on Sundays and Wednesdays. Barometer Net, 7 o'clock in the morning, Monday through Saturday. Club meetings at the Eagles in Richmond, third Thursday of the month. And the club is just rolling, and we're having a great time. Show up and please participate. We're looking for folks who just want to do things with the club. If you got an idea, bring it up, and we'll help you make it happen. Bob does fun. We've got the antenna builds. If you got something that you want to do, you just got to go ahead and lead it and do it, and you will get people to follow you. I guarantee you, because it's that kind of a group. People love to help here. Let's grab a quick beep. And this is Dave, November Tango 8 Delta for W8WKY on the 147.39 megahertz repeater in Doylestown. Again, thank you to everybody for checking in, the club for being here, and everybody who's listening. Please join us whenever you can and participate whenever you can. I'm going to go ahead and release this repeater to regular amateur radio use at 9:13 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll catch everybody soon. Thank you all very much. Looks like we had 23, 4, 5, 6 check-ins. Pretty good tonight. Again, thank you all for being here. 73, WAWKY.
This is Katie at SLG. I'd like to remind everybody the WatchNet started a few minutes ago. They're on KD8QGQ down in Millersburg. Jump in there if you haven't had enough net tonight. KD8 SLG.
88 SLG NTAD. Didn't hear what you just said. I was in the kitchen.
NTAD K88SLG. I was just throwing out a little call for the watch net there for anybody that can reach down to Millersburg. I like to throw out a call and get Charlie a little more business.
Roger, I try to get into there. I can't. Not with the J-pole I got. One of these days, I got to put up a 2-meter beam.
It's a stretch for me, and I'm not all that far away from them, but since I got my antenna up a little bit higher, it seems to work very well, and it's a good group of guys. Charlie's a character, and when I say he's a character, I just don't mean that, he is a character. He has character as well.
His character solidified. Calcified, maybe. Anyways, oh man, hey, I got the centerboard in the boat. I'm so happy.
That's cool, man. That's cool. I'm looking forward to Lake Milton, no matter what happens there. Like I said, free food, I'm there. But if we can throw some sort of boating expedition in there on top of that, well, then that'll just be a cherry on a sundae.
I just have to make sure I can tie up the centerboard and keep it up into place. And I do want to put it in the water before I get the sails and trace down the water and the bilge thing. But I have to add a cleat or something to hold the centerboard up. You got a rope that comes up through that slot in the middle there, and you got to tie it off to something. And I haven't installed anything to tie it off to yet, so I've got a couple of clamps underneath the boat that keep the centerboard from falling all the way down.
I'm sure you've got a plan. And, as I often say, the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry. But I have faith in the plans. So, we'll make it happen. And, you'll have at least one hand on deck. K88SLG.
So far I have a plan A and a plan B. Not sure if I need a plan C yet. But the best laid plans are those that are laid with the ability to change. That's one of the things I've just come to learn over the years is that you got to have a plan, but that plan has to be flexible or it will fail.
Dude, I got pretty far down the alphabet there on field day as far as plans go. So, just keep rolling out plans and, roll with the punches. That's what you got to do. But it warms my heart that you took the dive there and went ahead and ordered a bunch of hardware, because that shows a certain level of faith.
Please let me dispute. I think the more appropriate word would be confidence.
Oh, man. Yeah, I know better than to throw a word like faith out at you, but I had to do it anyway.
I was following the Higgs boson research for a number of years, and the scientists refused refused to say that they had found the boson, even though they were 99.9999% sure they had seen it. They refused to say that they found it. But when they became 99.99999% sure, sigma 5, 9 decimal places. That's an order of magnitude bigger. And that's when they felt that they could actually claim that they saw it. And knowledge is simply a highly confident belief based on the things that can actually provide real confidence.
NTAD, KDFLG. Don't get me started on physicists tonight. But, anyway. Sigma this, Sigma that, peer reviewed this, peer reviewed that. You know what's going to work? You stick that stuff on the mash, put the sails up on it, and we go out on the water. Then we'll have some confidence.
Well, I have a relatively high amount of confidence in the person who designed the boat. I have probably a slightly less degree of confidence in the person who built the boat. But you've been out with me on the boat, so you can tell me what your personal experience reflects.
NTAD, KDSLG. I think I expressed that when I sat backwards and trusted you.
And you noticed that I took notice of that, yes. I want you to go out with me on Lake Erie.
That is the ultimate test. When we go out on water far enough where I can't see land anymore, and I don't start shivering in my boots and watering myself over the edge, then that will be a true testament to my confidence, if not faith.
SLG NTAD, when we do that, and we will, you will be the person piloting the boat.
No doubt. Once we get out far enough where I can't run into anything, I'll pilot. You just have to make sure we get home. That's all.
Oh, Roger, yeah, I can navigate out there. That's not a problem. No problem. But you remember me telling you the story about how I got people to take the tiller, right?
Oh, yeah. I don't smoke anymore, but I'll sit up there with a vape that'll last me all day. So you got plenty of time to prove that theory.
Oh, Roger. Well, that's I use the excuse of like when I would smoke. I don't want to get the smoke near you. I'll go up on the bow and smoke up on the bow, and that's what I did. I went all the way up to the front of the boat and started smoking a cigarette, and I let whoever was with me hold the tiller for 45 minutes or an hour or more, and I might like toss a direction, like, oh, pull it a little more towards you, or, you know, push it a little more away from you, or you take that line over on your right and snug it up a little tighter for you, you know. And we get them just making these tiny little adjustments over an hour, hour and a half, and then, you know, it's like, all right, so you're sailing the boat. I'm just up here smoking a cigarette.
I'll sit in the back and vape. It's all good to me, man. Like I said, as long as we get home. I'm good at understanding theory, but I am an appliance operator. So, you know, you give me the appliance and teach me which buttons to turn, which ropes to pull, what direction to put the sails, and I'll follow the directions.
All right, let me ask you this. How are you at things like just general physical balance and kind of feeling your movement through space? You know, feeling a wobble or a vibration as you're driving or flying or doing anything. How sensitive are you towards just feeling motion?
I'm sensitive to it, but I don't like to have to quantify it.
Good, then you'd be a terrific sailor. Because quantifying it has nothing to do with it. You feel when the boat's happy. When the boat's happy, it feels like the boat's happy. And you've got everything adjusted just right. And it just, you can feel it. You don't quantify it, you just feel it.
I was terrible at calculus, and yet great at calculus, because I understand the area under the curve. I just don't want to have to define where the curve is. KD8SLG.
See, this is where we make our connection, Nick. Absolutely. That's why I love physics. Physics does the math for you. You don't have to do any numbers. You just look at what frickin' reality does in front of your eyes, and you trace it. That's how me and Gary drew the water line on the boat.
Yeah, physics worked out until sigma 9 or 10 does not impress me. Okay, that's just math, and any calculator can do math. But to stay under the curve and keep things properly adjusted and not crossing the edge, but knowing when you're crossing the edge, that's what's important.
Disagree and agree, because the math defines the edge. You can't get rid of it. There's a way of looking at how a lot of people look at the universe and say that the energy is the basis of everything. Well, there's a whole group of people say no, it's not energy, it's information. And the definition of information is any change in any variable. That's information. If nothing changes, there's no information. If anything changes on any dimension in any variable, that simply becomes information. And some people say that even underlies quantum mechanics. So yeah, that's defining the line. But that's defining the line. Some people are good at that, Other people are just good at riding on the line, And that's kind of like sailing and doing things without doing the calculations because it works out and it feels right and it's working and you've got that thing happening. And I wish I were a mathematician. I'm not. It would be cool. I admire them. But I'll just make my boat happy as it sails. I'll make the piano happy to sing when it tunes. You just kind of is that balance of science and math and feeling and art and knowing when which becomes more important, and it's got to be able to be flexible like those plans that need to be flexible.
KD8SLG returning. All right, so if we're looking at numbers and you give me 40 variables and the bottom 35 variables add up to 5% of what's going on, and the top 5 variables add up to the other 95%. I'm the guy who's going to focus on the 5 variables that add up to the 95%. Okay, and the bottom 35, well, they are finesse, and they have impact, and they affect the they affect everything as far as accuracy goes and everything, but I'm one of those 80-20 guys. All right, when I used to manage people and when I managed things, 80% of the problems, 20% of the problems took up 80% of your time. So you wanted to kind of flip the script there, and you wanted to just focus on that 20% that was going to make the big problems, that was going to make the biggest impact. And you didn't want to focus on all the tiny little things until you had the time. And I equate that to life from time to time.
KD8SLG, NTAT, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're on the same wavelength here, if you want to put it that way. Hi. The 80-20 ratio is an incredibly important ratio. When I was teaching it in Akron Public Schools, there were 2 of us teachers who had to supervise a study hall of 400 students in a cafeteria room. So that's a ratio of 400 to 2 or 200 to 1. And we had to keep control of that room. Now, one of the things I noticed is that if the correct combination of 3 or 4 troublemakers, so that's what, 1 out of 100? Were suspended all on the same day, that room of 400 people was a completely different room. So you got this 80 to 20 ratio, but you also have this like 1 to 100 ratio, the 1% ratio. The butterfly, you're getting closer to the butterfly effect. And so you nailed something, but there's more than just one of those things that kind of becomes important. There's not a lot of them, but there's enough of them that you have to kind of pay attention to them. And you mentioned the number of variables. the number of variables it takes to create a completely chaotic and unpredictable system that you cannot mathematically predict at all. The number of variables that is necessary to create something that is completely unpredictable, that number of variables is a total of 3. You don't need 35. You only need 3. This is, I don't know if you like, let me get a quick beat. Jurassic Park, the Jeff Goldblum character, chaos theory guy, that's what that whole thing is about, is the idea that of complexity. How do you take something that is infinitely complex and try to make sense of it? And the thing is that there are actually ways to do that. And that is a strikingly remarkable thing that I kind of learned 25 years ago, I think. KD8 SLG NTAD.
Oh, yeah, you throw people into it, that's a whole different realm. But yeah, you know, you can do all the math in the world, and you can do all the math in the world, and something will still mess it up. And then you throw people into the mix, and you know, I'd throw together staffs of 200 people, and you start throwing in people variables there, and math just goes out the window. But we'll get back to boats, man. Yeah, I have a high level of confidence that most of the variables have been taken care of, and when we get out on the water, we're going to be dealing with the variables that we have no control over, so you just got to deal with them.
If you think about it, and you think about your motion through space-time while you're sailing on a boat, and that is exactly a perfect description of your motion. Nicely done. People, oh gosh, oh my, you had to bring up people. Oh, thanks, man. Oh, you're cruel. People, my best trying to get it, understanding of people is this guy, Robert Sapolsky, who studies behavioral biology. A very interesting cat. And then you mentioned people and mathematics. I don't know if you've ever read the science fiction series by Asimov. The Foundation is the original book, but it's a whole, I think there's 5 or 6 books in this series. And the whole thing is about something that he calls psychohistory. And the general concept is that it is impossible to predict the behavior of any individual human being. But the whole premise of this book is that once the universe becomes populated with enough billions of human beings that you can start processing the math, then you can predict the future of all of those human beings, but not for any one single individual human being. And I thought that was a really interesting premise. There's something about it that just fascinated me. KD8 SLG NTAD.
I read those books a long time ago, as well as some of the other more technical Asimovs, which I found fascinating as well. But this is from a movie. It's from several movies, but a person is smart
but people are stupid. And that kind of reduces down the group mentality, the herd mentality, it's much easier to manage a person than it is to manage a herd.
Dude, that's so sweet. Because as soon as you said that, I just thought about all of the people who try to glorify the hive mentality. Like, if we just put us all together, we'll be smarter.
W8WKY.
It doesn't work that way. No. It really doesn't. As a manager of people, which I was for decades, I used to try to describe my job to people was if the group was down low, I had to bring them up. And if the group was up high, I had to bring them down to the middle. There always had to be some sort of middling factor where you were trying to stabilize and moderate everything. And it didn't matter, if it was a bad day, you tried to make it better. And if it was a really, really great day, you tried to kind of bring it down to a level you could manage. Because if everybody was off on their high horse, that was something was going to go south. And if everybody was way, way down low, you had to kind of bring them up to some sort of middling factor. But you never wanted extremes in groups of people.
You're just nailing our common ground. I don't know if you realize it or not. Oh, man. Let me throw out just a couple of reflections on the things that you just said. The idea of the regression to the mean. It's just a natural principle, the regression to the mean. So if you have bees, which are essentially stupid creatures, when you put them all together, they get smarter. But when you have humans who are essentially smart creatures, when you put them all together, they get stupider. It's a regression towards the mean. It's just a natural condition of every system. Again, going back to that chaos theory, James Gleick stuff. I don't know if you've read his stuff. It's some of the most impressive writing that I've come across. It's not complex, but it explains complexity so well. Let's see, bees and humans, and you were saying something else about the relationship between dealing with groups of people. I lost the last one, man. I'm sorry. KD8 SLG NTAT.
KD8 SLG returning. It's a horrible sound. The bottom line is, I trained managers for a long time. A lot of managers for way too long. And what I encountered with them was they would try to emulate something that they saw, or they would try to reproduce a situation, and they didn't take all the variables into account when they did that. That is to say, if I said A, B, and C to this person on this day to make something happen, that doesn't mean that A, B, and C is going to work on the next person the next day, or even A, B, C is going to work on the same person the next day. There's so many variables involved with people that you have to be able to pick out, as you say, the top variables. And people are weird in that way, and you can't treat every situation the same way. You can't say,
well, this, and this happens, so I should do this. No, you can't do that, because when this, and this happens, well, this and this is also affecting that, and that's overriding this, and this. That is why I kind of like math and physics, because math and physics kind of makes it easier to prioritize what the variables are compared to dealing with people. Even though I don't understand all of the relationships and all of the mathematics behind it, I understand the hierarchy better, and I think if I'm out on a boat, I'm going to understand which variables are important at the time and which ones aren't, and you'll be there to help me with that.
You know, I would not be surprised if in 5 years you want to own your own boat, but that's something else. If you follow your conversation about dealing with individual humans to its ultimate conclusion, you will have to concede that you're not dealing with any organism that's using its own free will, and then you'll have to consider agreeing with me. And there was one more thing along that idea of chaos and dealing with humans. Oh, mathematics. Yeah, that's the most intriguing things about mathematics is the whole debate, a philosophical debate of whether it's invented or discovered. And my opinion on that is that the relationships are discovered, and the language that we call mathematics is invented, because we have to invent something to describe what we discover. But I think if you really think about what you're talking about with dealing with individuals and take it to its ultimate conclusion, I think you'll find that you're dealing with organisms who are not necessarily exercising what people would generally consider to be libertarian free will. It might be a will, but the idea that it's some kind of conscious, rational, rationally chosen will is just, I'm sorry, that's just it's too absurd for me to consider to be possible. KD8 SOG NTAD.
All right, Dave. You're always trying to drag me into the free will discussion. But you see, you completely disqualified further discussion when you inserted the word rational, okay? Because if you start assuming or presuming or whatever zooming you choose that whoever you're dealing with is going to use rationality as their basis for reactions, you're going to lose. That's all I'm saying, okay? So, call it free will or not free will, but if you start throwing rational into the discussion, there's no rationality to how people respond or act, because the most rational person will act irrationally from someone else's point of view almost regularly, but you can't count on that irrational response, and that's where managing people and managing things comes into discerning how people work, because you always have that irrational X factor there that can supersede anything that even relates to rationality at any given moment with any given person at any given time.
so we kind of agree, but you still just want to say there's still free will. It's like if you're not acting with conscious rationality, then what's your free libertarian will have to do with it? You're just being emotional or whatever. You're letting your subconscious will take care of things instead of your free will. Maybe we have different kinds of will. We can go a long way in that conversation. But then if you read capitalist economics theorists like Ludwig von Mises, for one, or any of the other guys, he was just some guy who came to mind because I read 3 or 4 of his books. But the whole idea behind capitalist economic theory is that people make rational decisions. That's what makes the free market work. People are making freely rational decisions for their own benefit. But you just admitted that most people don't make decisions based on rationality at all. So the whole idea that capitalism is based on freely rational decisions that are made for one's own personal benefit just falls flat in the reality of the way people make their economic decisions. It's just a fiction. It's a myth. It's this ideal that people would love to have that it's not how people actually behave in reality. And I'm not saying we should become Marxists. I'm just saying we should be realists. KD8SLG NTAD.
Oh, I'm laughing out loud. I'm trying to figure out how to approach this. If everybody made rational decisions, then there would only be one choice of everything. Apple or Android, Ford or Chevy, Pepsi or Coke. If we could remove tribalism from everything, then maybe that would rule, but it still wouldn't. If you were making rational decisions, no one would ever buy Windows because, well, Linux is free. But now Windows is kind of free. And everybody uses Windows, so everybody uses Windows. It's kind of one of those, it goes back to the herd mentality kind of thing we were talking about way back when earlier. There's just so many variables that work into how people are that trying to predict their reactions, much like my phone right now, is it's not moot, but you've always got to assume that there's some other factor in there that you do not have connection to measuring that variable.
Absolutely. Dude, I understand why you and I can understand each other without understanding why we understand each other. You have a very, I think, experiential understanding of complexity. Everything you're saying makes a whole lot of sense to me. Absolutely. The only question, I guess, that becomes up for discussion is how do we use it to the best betterment of what we think should become better? And we could probably find some good agreement on that as well, I'm pretty sure, based on my experience of hanging out with you. This has been a wonderful exchange there, Nick. KD8SLG NTAD. I'm not sure how to expound on what you said.
KD8SLG returning. So I found myself very, very recently explaining to people why it is that you and I get along very well, and yet we have very, very different opinions. And that is because we go so far, I go so far to the right, you go so far to the left, that in the circle, in the spectrum of things, we end up only being this far apart, but only on how we approach things. But, and this is the but, and the but, the fact of the matter is, it really doesn't matter how we're looking at things if things are the way things are. And the things are right between us, okay? And that is, if you want everybody to do one thing, there's going to always be some people who resist doing that thing. And if you want everybody to have free reign to do whatever they want to do, there's always going to be a group of people who just want to do one thing. And in the big Venn diagram of life and how you look at things and how things should be, there's always going to be this little segment of people that are together even though they shouldn't be. And I guess that would be us.
The Venn diagram thing is a good analogy because I think we could make many different diagrams and find those that converge and those that don't, I suppose, and then overlay those on top of each other and come up with an entirely new, more complex one. Left and right, I just think that's one particular lens to look at it through, I suppose. We probably are that way politically, but I don't think either one of us lets us particularly make that our most important lens. I don't know if you are familiar with a guy named Matt Dillahunty or not. Maybe you are. But there's a quote from him that I really like, and one of the things that he has said, and he did a whole nice little video on it, is one of his philosophies, and I think he gets this from David Hume, says, I simply want to believe as many true things as possible and as few false things as possible. And that doesn't have any particularly political leaning to it at all. I just kind of really like that as an objective way of trying, an objectively philosophical way of trying to approach and discern what is real. KD8SLG NTAD.
KD2HCE. Point of phrase. There you go. See? Everybody's trying to put us in a box. This box is this and that box is that. How are these boxes? I don't do boxes, man. All right? Political boxes especially, because that's just, you get boxed up politically, then you can't do or say things outside of that box, or, oh, you're not that person. I refuse to have people say, well, Nick's going to vote this way because of this, and Nick's going to vote that way because of that, and Dave's going to vote this way because of that. Dave's going to... It doesn't matter. That's how I am and who I am. It really is not central to how I vote. So, there you go. And it's that kind of delineation that is building the tribalization that is breaking things apart. I don't do that tribal crap, and I refuse to say, well, I'm this and Dave's that, and Dave's this and I'm that. I don't care. Dave and I go out in a boat and we have a good time. That's all that's really important, right?
KD2HCE.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, absolutely right. And one of the things I like to say is resist tribalism. We're all born with a predisposition to being tribalistic. We are all born with a predisposition to being superstitious. That's a result of natural selection. The people who were tribal for the first 400,000 years of human existence were the ones who procreated and passed along their genes. The people who were superstitious for the first 400,000 years of human history were the ones who procreated and passed along their genes. The black cats that were skittish and ran away instead of being slaughtered by the people who hated black cats were the ones who survived and passed along their skittish genes. It's just part of the human condition, absolutely. But we also have the capacity to mitigate and resist these tendencies so that we can fit the environment that we now live in, which is not the same environment we lived in 400,000 years ago. HCE, NTAD with KD8SLG.
Good evening, fellows, plural. I've been eavesdropping for a while, and you were talking about zooming, and I thought of Aretha Franklin and her song about zooming, and I got a laugh. And then you guys are talking about resistance, and I thought of the original Star Trek series, Sargon. And I forgot his quote because I had it on the tip of my tongue. To resist us is futile. And it wasn't the Borg quote because you were talking about hive mentality, and it was the Borg. And the Borg set me off, and I couldn't remember what Sargon said in that other original Star Trek. And then Information Society used that on the beginning of one of their songs, and I forgot what it was. So I'll leave you two to ponder that one for humor. And I'll just go back to eavesdropping, and I have my 2 cents, and I'll go back to emails now. KD2HC. By the way, happy 4th.
KD2HC, KDSLG returning. You didn't give me enough to work with there, man. I'm trying to recall Sargon. As I recall, it's something about I don't know, matter without form or something. That was but this circles back. Oh God, I hate saying that, but it circles back to Dave's free will thing, and if you're only exercising free will within your tribal requirements, then that's not really free will. KDSLG.
Sargon was that little thing in the orb, if I remember, from Star Trek. I'm trying to remember. Sorry, I had to go, fire off one of my emergency horns outside to respond to the fireworks out here. I remember that Sargon thing, if that's what you were referring to there, Chris. You made a comment there right when you were finishing there, Nick, and I had something to respond to that, and I can't keep two things in my head at this hour of night. So I'll throw it, Chris, if you got anything else. Otherwise, if not, Nick, repeat what you just kind of said at the end there, because I had something to respond with.
Go, Nick.
I was giving you a free will entrance there, Dave, and that is that
if your free will only allows you to answer and or respond within within your tribal requirements, that is, if you can only respond within your tribe, is that free will if you can only respond within this set parameters?
Exactly. You're getting the idea, and just kind of mull on that and expand it into whatever your biochemical state of your brain is at the moment that you make your decision, which could have been influenced by what has been going on in your life for the past couple of minutes or the past couple of weeks, or it might trace back to your education or your prenatal environment. And so that I guess to try to put some nuance on the point is that I'm not saying that there isn't such a thing as a will. I think my cat has a will. It wants me to wake up and feed it. It wants me to pet it. It wants me to let it outside. It has a will. We have a will. It's how do we, with a good detailed complexity of nuance, to detail the idea of what it means for it to be free. And that's where everything falls apart. NPAD.
Well, Dave, I will always concede to you that free will is limited by, the limitations of your life. If I wake up tomorrow and say, I'm going to identify as a doctor, well, that's just not going to happen. There are those limitations. But, if someone feels so constrained by their tribe that they cannot exercise free will outside of what their tribe would consider to be acceptable, well, then free will just goes out the door there, right? And if someone does choose to exercise to do something outside of the acceptable norms of their tribe, and they're therefore excluded from their tribe, and yet still not accepted by the next tribe, well, I don't know, man. Just, the whole free will thing, I still refuse to talk to you about it because, well, free will exists, but it exists within parameters, and once you put parameters on anything, then it's not free, right?
Exactly, dude. Exactly. You got it. If you want to call that free will, go ahead and try. But like as you said, once you put parameters on it, and we know there are, then it's not free. And that's the conclusion that I came to, and it took me 50 years to get there. Yep. That's it.
Well, those are the external creates, the external physicality of free will, and so I will say, well, the physics determines the extent of your free will. Well, okay, yeah, that's right. I can't fly off into space if I want to because physics, right? So we can take that to the extremes, but we can also take it to the not so extreme. Well, I can buy shrimp and steak for my barbecue tomorrow, but then I won't eat next week, right? So those are monetary constraints to free will, and so what free will are you determining? I can think about anything. I can do anything in my mind that I want to, but I can't externalize that. So is the free will we're talking about determined by physical existence, or by a more ethereal kind of mentality of free will?
Oh, Nick, I'm so proud of you, and I mean it really sincerely. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. That's where I came up with the spinning the wheel on the broken bumper car ride. You've got this will. You can want to go right. You can spin the wheel right. You can decide to hit the pedal. You can spin it left. You can do all kinds of things that you are. But there are so many constraints. Once you take the physics, the education, the prenatal environment, the what you ate for dinner last night, the best prediction for the sentence of somebody is how long it's been since the judge has eaten a meal. I mean, once you add up all of those variables, because we were talking about the number of variables. I said 3 make chaos, and you were talking about 35. Once you add up all of the variables that go into any individual specific behavior, whether it's shaking your hand or changing the tone of your voice or anything, once you go through all of the things that led up to that, the space that is left for free will is minuscule. You may have heard of the God of the Gaps argument about atheism. Every time we discover new science, God just gets a little bit smaller. It's, well, he doesn't make thunder. Well, he doesn't make light. It's every little bit of, every scientific discovery makes the realm of miracles smaller. Once you start looking at free will through that same lens, you'll find it's the exact same argument. The more you look for it, and you find the explanations of little bits of behavior, what's left, it just becomes smaller, and there's just nothing left to be significant.
KD8SLG returning. So Dave. All right, so basically what you're doing right now, and this is just postulating here, is you're sort of reducing free will to the linearity of time. That is, you're born, and you're born into this, so you have these many choices. And then you go to school, and you make these decisions, so you have this many choices. You get your degree in this, so you have this many choices from that point on. And then you marry this person and get this job, so that reduces your free will down to this. And then you age, and you have children, and you do this, that, and the other thing, and this reduces your choices. And so as you move along the timeline, you are essentially reducing your free will with each decision you make.
What you are describing is the many worlds description of the multiverse. That at every instant, everything diverges into a new universe because everybody could have made a different decision. It's one of the things that's out there. I can't go into detail without talking and rambling and gibberish and stuff for a long time. But yeah, you just described the many worlds interpretation of quantum physics. The other thing, the first thing you made me think about is my argument with my buddy, who I argued for 10 or 15 years that free will did exist, and one of the arguments that I made for a long time is that when the universe came into existence, all moments, all coordinates of space-time came into, were there. Okay, so it's like a super determinism. And so my argument was that every decision that you make now is a decision that was made by you at the instigation of the universe. And even though it is super deterministic, it was still your free will that's doing it. And I kept that argument going for 10 or 15 years until I just conceded that it just didn't make really any sense anymore. So I kind of get where you're trying to drive from, and I'm really, you really kind of envisioned what I'm trying to get at as far as why this thing is just so elusive. KD8 SLG NTAD.
All right. So if I decide to answer a text I just got or not, am I creating another universe by making that decision? Okay? I truly would hate to think that with every indecision I make through the day, should I answer this call? Should I not answer this call? Should I answer this text? Should I not answer this text? Should I answer this call on the radio? Should I not answer this call on the radio? Is creating some different reality somewhere for a different Nick. Okay? That just overwhelms me, okay, as far as the mathematics go. It really does, okay? Because think about how many decisions a day you make that have nothing to do with however many decisions a day I'm making, and are we branching off into that many different things? Okay? So that's one aspect of it. But also, to take it back to where you started there, where those decisions were already made for me before I make them. Like, when the Big Bang happened, it was like, okay, this is what's going on, and in 11 billion years, Nick is going to decide to not turn on the fan tonight. That's a little bit hard for me to reach to, too. So, there's free will within the limitations of what one has free will to do. How's that?
We aren't that far apart. Really, we're not. Let's see. Again, that the whole many worlds thing is overwhelmingly infinite. And I'm not sure if consciousness is that important in creating the worlds. All right. What if one photon hit one electron or didn't? That's not even making a decision on a human level. What if one photon hit an electron somewhere in space and maybe it didn't? Well, there's a different universe. I mean, we're talking about an explosion of infinity that is incomprehensible. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Oh, jeez. I'm going to take issue with the way you phrase the next thing. It's not the decisions were, and this is the way I would have posed it back when I was making this argument. It's not that the decisions were made for you at the beginning of the universe. It's that you made the decisions at the beginning of the universe, because as far as the universe is concerned, there is no difference between the beginning of the universe and the now of the universe. That's something that we impress upon the universe, and the universe doesn't care. Nows are all the same. This now to the universe is the same as the now I was talking about 10 seconds ago. As far as the universe is concerned, it doesn't prioritize any now over any other now. There's no most important now. So it doesn't matter if you decided in this now or if you decided at the first now. It's still your decision. That was my argument for free will 15 years ago. And I just don't think it holds up anymore, really. It might, maybe. Maybe somebody could rechange my mind. But, yeah. No, this is some really oddly deep stuff there, Nick. KD8 SOG, NTAD.
KD2AC.
Hey here, Dave, NTAD. This is KD2SLG. These are the kind of conversations that keep people off of the repeater. Yeah, I don't do determinism because I can't imagine why any course of action would determine how some things have gone. But, as you said, nothing cares about anything. I listened to Jefferson Airplane earlier tonight, and I'm reminded of compared to a scream, the human dream doesn't mean shite to a tree. So, it's always about perception. And, the fact that we perceive what is going on around us, it goes back to the Schrodinger's cat kind of thing where, if you see something, you change what you've seen, and if you haven't seen it, then it's going on as it has. And so in that respect, you and I are determining what we see. We have the free will to decide what we encode or decode or perceive, and yet there's a whole bunch of stuff out there going on that we have no consciousness about, that we are not decoding, and we have no will over happening. And that, I think, is where the free will comes in, because we have the free will to decide what we see and what we don't see.
KD2AC.
We don't keep everybody away there, Nick. And what you see and you don't see, you have very little free will. Mostly what you see and don't see is predetermined by what you are biologically expecting to see. If you, and I've done these experiments over and over again, if you're expecting something, you are far more likely to see it. If you buy a Prius, you will see a lot more Priuses on the road than you ever saw before. If you buy a Mercedes, you will see far more Mercedes on the roads than you ever saw before. It has nothing to do with free will. So I gotta just completely disagree with you there. Determinism. It's common to believe that if determinism exists, that free will cannot exist, and that would be logically true. But then people say, well, if determinism doesn't exist, then free will must exist, and that is not logically true. If determinism exists, free will cannot exist. If determinism does not exist, free will might exist, but it doesn't have to exist. It's not deterministic. if there is no determinism. KD2HCE, please interject. NTAD.
NTAD, KD8SLG, KD2HCE. No, I got stuff. Okay, number one, pure energy was number one, and it is useless to resist us was the other one, and the band's name was Information Society. That was one. There's a circular argument for Christianity, believe it or not, when it comes to God and free will. Some are on one side of the one set of pews, and others on their other set of pews, and some people say that you have free will, and the other set says you don't have free will because God Almighty knows what you're thinking, knows what you're going to do. So if he knows what you're going to do, how can you have free will if he knows what you're going to do before you do it? So how is your free will yours? It's a circular argument, and like you two say, you're so far left and so far right, there's very little in between you. That's where that argument ends up, right on that line. It just, you can't win that argument. There's not enough. So really, it's a moot point because it all comes down to belief at that point. That's where I sit on that fence, and it doesn't feel too good. KD2HC, KD8SLG, you're up.
KD2HC, KD8SLG. Thank you, Chris. So what I'm thinking right now is free will-wise. Okay, I used to, admittedly, I would watch Glenn Beck and Bill O'Reilly every day, and they would determine and control my free will of what I was thinking. And I stopped doing that years and years and years ago. As a matter of fact, I don't even look at news very much anymore because, to me, that feels like somebody determining my free will. But, when I go through my day, I think of the not infinite, quite finite decisions that I am making. But despite their finity, they are quite random. And despite the fact that today I may choose this, tomorrow I may choose that. And all of those decisions make no difference whatsoever to anybody else except for me, for the most part. There's a little segment of people who I may reply to or people I may not reply to, or people that I work with or people that I may not choose to work with. So I have some limited impact on people outside of me. And when I go shopping, I buy this and I buy that, but I don't buy this and I don't buy that. And there are people who see that, and there are people down the line who are not affected by that, and people who are affected by that. So, when we look at that almost infinite chain of my ridiculous, I'm air quoting here for you, Dave, free will decisions, those are just the random chaos that you like to refer to. But every chaos system has some sort of, regularity behind it, even though we can't see it, no matter how chaotic it is.
You guys both inspire so much thought. Thank you. Let me go to Chris first. The God free will thing. My catechism as a child taught me that God gave humans free will so that we could choose to love him or not, and if we choose not to love him, then he would disown us for eternity, and we would be separated from him for eternity, and that would be hell. Well, my human mother would not ever do that to me. I don't think my human father even would do that to me. Any creature that would torture me forever simply for not believing in its existence without its ever actually existing in front of me. That to me is immoral behavior, and I wouldn't worship a god like that even if it did exist. As I said, my own mother would never do that to me. So that was the Christian free will that I was taught. And then no, it's not that we don't have a will. The real nuance is determining what this word free actually means when we attach it to the word will. And Nick, I think you're really getting closer to my mark, and I say that as a sailing point on this. You're getting close to the mark. Let me get a quick beat.
W8WKY.
One of the things you made me think there at the end there, Nick, was the idea, not necessarily of free will, but of personal autonomy. We are a focal point of a collection of organized energy, like the antithesis to the second law of thermodynamics. We're like ice cubes forming in the universe. We're consolidating into these biological organisms that have brains and minds and very complex structures, which is completely the opposite of the second law of thermodynamics. So we are these focal points of energy in the universe, yes. And as so we do have some personal autonomy, but I don't like equating that personal autonomy with the idea of what people generally consider as libertarian free will. I like to try to separate those two things. And if you get into that James Gleick Chaos book, one of the really interesting things, and I experimented with this in musical composition, is the idea of a strange attractor. It's a mathematical point that never actually ever gets solved, but is always closely approximated. So we're kind of like these strange attractors in the universe that consolidate all this stuff together. I just want to get more nuanced about this idea of what this free thing means when we attach it to the word will. I think you're next there, Nick, KDSLG in the group, NTAD.
Okay, so here's where I start going with free will. All right, and I'm going to text you a picture right now, and I have no text attached to it. But so when I leave the house tomorrow, and I've got a Yoda. And I've got a Darth Vader. One has a Yezu hat and one has a DX hat. And if I leave the house tomorrow and I choose one of those hats, I don't know which one yet because I haven't decided. But it will be my free will to decide which one of those hats to choose. Whichever hat that is will have absolutely no impact on the future of the world whatsoever, okay? And unless, of course, I don't know, somebody sees my Yezu hat and they say, oh my God, I hate Yezu, and they start shooting at me. Or somebody sees my DX hat and they say, oh my God, that's the best place ever, I'm going to become a ham. And then they become the ham extraordinaire and they change the world by changing the way ham operates, okay? And there is some stem off of this future based on which hat I wear tomorrow. That is an exercise of free will. But if I wear either of those hats and
nothing happens, that is also an exercise of free will. And so you have to accept the fact that there are pockets of free will that have no effect on anything whatsoever, and yet there are pockets of free will that will have impacts on future events. Is that something that we can say?
I'll go ahead and pick it up. No, it's not. Which hat you choose could have been influenced by what dreams you had that night. What hat you choose could have been influenced by what you ate before you went to sleep. It could be influenced by what your alarm music is playing if you have a music alarm in the morning. I mean, what hat you choose could be determined by some quantum fluctuation in a nerve cell in your brain. You cannot prove and say for sure with any evidence that your decision is made by something that we can say is absolutely free will. I mean, you can't prove that free will exists any more than I can prove that God exists. That's my point. Is we're making for you to prove that free will exists would be like me trying to prove that God exists, and you know what I feel about that argument. KD8 SLG NTAD.
And Dave, we always end up at the same point. I'll say, you prove God exists, and you'll say, I can't. And I'll say, and you'll say, well, prove free will exists, and I'll say, I can't. Well, we can't. And then we will sit there and we'll say, well, nothing exists, so we are nothing. Golly, Dave, have a great night. So, you know, I mean, quite frankly, all right, I am the first person that you will meet that will say, my decisions are based on my past experiences, right? Okay? I have no doubt on that. Whether it's what hat to wear tomorrow, what cell service to choose, what television show to watch tonight or not watch tonight, all those things, to me, have been predetermined by everything that has led up to this moment in my life. Okay? But I will also say to you that I have a choice on those things right now, despite everything that has led up to this moment in my life. Okay? So I can buck the system and I can say, I am going to watch Family Guy instead of Gunsmoke tonight. Or I am going to drink Elijah Craig instead of 110 vodka tonight. And I will think that those are my decisions, and I will confirm that those are my decisions by following through with them. Okay? And if you think that there is some greater power, some sort of infinite Big Bang, everything has determined what I'm going to decide at this time tonight, I'm going to say, do you believe in God?
I'm not a determinist. I don't know if determinism exists or not. But like I said, it doesn't matter if determinism exists or not. Either way, it doesn't give any evidence for the existence of free will. It's still up for grabs. If determinism exists, it doesn't exist. If determinism doesn't exist, well, it might exist, but maybe not. It feels like I have free will. Yes, It absolutely feels like it, Nick. If I were to go with my gut feelings and what people call as common sense, I would agree with you 100%. But once you start really trying to get to the kernel of it, it's like trying to get to the middle of an eternal onion. You can't peel the layers off and find it. And that's all I'm saying. I've been working at it for a long time, and every time, you say, whether I picked it or not, okay, it feels like a choice, but like I said, you don't even know if that's just some quantum random weird thing that happened to a neuron that said, I'm going to choose like right instead of left, black instead of white, chocolate instead of vanilla. And the whole past experiences, yeah, exactly. You're saying that we're discussing what it means to say that it is free. And the idea that, you're free to choose and that determines your destiny, that doesn't make any sense at all. Because there's just too many variables at work that have that do have a deterministic effect in some ways, whether there's a super determinism or not. It feels like I have a will, and I would love it to be free, and that would be ideal. But, dude, I've been trying to find it, and I used to believe it existed. I honestly did for 50 years, 45 years of my life. And, no, I can't find it, man. If you can show it to me, please. But, no, not so far. KD8SLG, NDAD.
Well, I can't show it to you, but, man, I don't want to go out on a boat with you now. Just kidding, Dave. I am just glad that the right photon hit the right electron to make me want to drink Elijah Craig tonight. That's what I'm saying.
Dude, I'm saying there ain't nothing wrong with feeling that at all. I got just a little bit of belief here for myself. One of these days, we're going to have to buy a bottle of that Casa, whatever it is that Gary bought. Jeez, that was sweet. But, no, that's just part of it, man. That's part of the whole flow of the whole thing. Man, and I'm serious, and I'm not trying to get you to read this book to change your opinion on anything. But the James Gleick book on chaos, and understanding how complex systems work. I used to work in an art store in my 20s, and they came out with these fractal images that were really psychedelic. Cool, and they were fractals, and there was the Mandelbrot set and all this stuff. And then when I was working on my PhD, I was thinking, geez, if these make such cool pictures, they've got to make cool music too and cool sounds. And so I started really exploring the mathematics of fractal imagery, and this is what people use to invest in the stock market now. Is the complexity and fractals and all that stuff. It's the whole thing about super fast stock trading and all that stuff. It's all mathematical fractal predictions and stuff. And this one book really nicely gives a non-mathematical person a great way to understand how this structural fundamental property of the universe expresses itself. KD8, SLG, NTAD.
I hope he heard that sigh. Let me start by saying that apparently Google listens because I keep getting all of these wonderful, wonderful deals on buying Clase Azul Reposada at discount rates if I buy 2 bottles of it. Anyway, so that's one thing. All right. I think by Christmas we will be sharing one of those glorious porcelain bottles among us, regardless of what the universe says we should do, or because of what the universe says we should do. There's that. So I refuse to allow my conception of religion or perceived reality or my unperceived reality have any effect on what I should do. And by doing that, I'm saying I'm letting all of that do whatever it wants to me. So I'm cool with that, Dave. And that includes me saying, Dave, cool, let's hang out together. So if all of that has nothing to do with anything, I still want to hang out with you on the Meg. And if all of that has something to do with everything, I still want to hang out with you on the Meg. And so all is good in the world. So there. I like the multi-universe sort of reality kind of thing, but I refuse to believe that every decision splits off into another reality. And that's for KD2HCE. I believe the number he threw at me was 10 times 10 to the 42nd power. All right? So that is everyone on the planet making a different decision every moment. But that doesn't cover it.
All right, you didn't time out, but I heard a beep there. Yeah, we got to buy a bottle of Casa Azul. Or 2. Let's see. Made a note here. One of my thoughts is, we are simply bits of the universe being aware of itself. And the idea that the universe can create something as special as awareness is really incredibly remarkable, and if you want to say miraculous, I'm not saying that in any kind of spiritual or divine way, but the incredibly improbable happens all the time. So, we are bits of the universe being aware of itself. And I would really want to float the boat a couple of more times just to understand what the hull is doing, regardless of whether I get the sails in or not. As I said, we'll plan on hoisting some canvas in August sometime. Let's plan on the Lake Milton thing on the 15th. That will give me time to get some hardware in so I can make sure I secure the center board up. It's bolted in place, but I don't have a rope and a cleat in place to hoist it up into the box. Let's plan on the 15th meeting out at Lake Milton, and we'll play with Meg and see what she does then. I'm sure we will find plenty of reasons to relax on the water. KD8 SLG NTAD.
KD2HCE.
Go ahead, HE.
Oh, to correct you, no, that was an answer. It was 1 × 10 to the 42nd power. It was the answer to the multi-life, multi-universes, and multi-everything. So, yeah, that was what that was. It was humorous. And go ahead, Dave, laugh. The other thing was about strange attractors. I was trying to figure out what the name of that was over the last year. I couldn't figure out what it was. Lisa's got chronic myeloid leukemia, my ex-file. And when they do the PCR test to make sure that the Philadelphia gene is still there or not and how low it goes, it halves itself. It's like the opposite of 5, like the cow curve. It went down from 100 to 1% in 1 year. And then after that 1% is now 4 years ago, and she still hasn't gotten to 0. It's just halved itself and halved itself. She's now down to 0.0148, and it just won't. It's still detectable. It's just annoying. So there's a strange attractor there in the blood test. So yeah, we just have to laugh. But okay, that was just something funny. But thank you for that. I've been looking for that name. KD2HCE, back to Nick.
Chris, a percentage of a percentage of a percentage is still a percentage, but it still exists. So there. Chris, I'm glad things are looking in the right direction. But Dave, yeah, I'm excited to get out on the boat again. So, me and the Meg, we're like, 99.99999% okay. So, we'll play the odds there.
KC8 EUI.
Nice KC8 DUI. Hey, Nick, that's Sigma 4 confidence. I'll take that. And, there's a number of different strange attractors. I used to, when I was working on my PhD, I used to compose music based on strange attractors and let the computers compose the music. That was kind of my thing back then. One of them that I remember is called the Lorenz attractor. And so you're looking at an orbit that circles 2 different strange attractors. It never actually hits the mark on either one, but it orbits each one in a circular orbit and bounces back and forth, and they get closer and closer and closer, and they never touch and they never cross. And then when you start focusing on the lines, when you look at one line, it splits into 2. And so you start focusing on one of those 2, and you focus in on that one, and it splits into 2. And you start focusing in on one of those, and it splits into 2. And it does that for infinity. And we since the 1970s, we've started to figure out the mathematics that actually describes these things so that we can not just be mystified by them, but actually use them to our advantage in our sciences, which is one of the reasons why I really love that book, that James Clegg book. KC8, I think it was DUI. Go ahead. You've got NTAG, KD8 SLG, and KD2HCE.
The call is KC8 EEY, and his name here is Dave. Been listening to you guys for a little while. Just wanted to give you my definition of my own private definition of what free will is. Free will is the ability that as we do something, it doesn't matter if the facts point in another direction. We will suppress the truth because we want to go in our own way. Now, with that said, I will give the ultimate answer to what we've been talking about tonight, and that answer is 42. Over.
42.
1 times 10 to the 42 power.
I don't know if you guys have read the books. I was first introduced to that by LP record recordings of some of that were produced from the radio recordings, and there's so many different versions. But I read all 5 books when I lived in New York, and I was on a bus going between Mamaroneck and White Plains, and I'd be on the back of the bus going to work and reading these books and laughing out loud. And I'm sure everybody thought I was the psychotic in the back of the bus that they had to stay away from.
The good old 60 bus.
Right, Dave? All right. Was that Dave?
That was Chris, the good old 60 bus.
Roger. You know, one night, and I won't get into why it happened, but one night I walked. And it was a winter night. I walked from Mamaroneck to Terrytown.
I'll have to ask what kind of trendy chemical amusement aids were involved.
A lot of endorphins. I just gotten a job as a bass player with a big band, playing in Yonkers and around New York. It was my second gig, I think. And I had been working at an art store in White Plains. Early 20s. And it was the night my wife decided to have an affair with her boss at a photo shop in Terrytown, New York. She had the car. I couldn't get to my gig. I got fired. Never got to play with that band again. I was so angry. I walked from Mamaroneck to Terrytown. And Chris, you probably know the road I took.
Yes, I do. My ex-fiance used to work at the Citibank in Terrytown, and I lived in Larchmont, so I know that route.
How long do you think it took me to walk there?
Well, we'll have to take into effect the calculations of the endorphins, how ticked off you were, how hurt you were, what emotions were in flight, but I would say 4 hours would be a good, 3 to 4 hours would be a good guess.
Yeah, I was walking at a good pace the entire way, chanting to myself along the way. I left at 10:30 at night, and I arrived there about 5:36 in the morning.
Well, how many stops did you make?
Oh, none. I tried to hitchhike. Nobody would pick me up. I came back and Googled the distance. I think it was close to 30 miles.
I'm trying to think if you did the back way. See, I would have gone through past Marymount College. I would have gone up past Westchester Community College and went down that way instead of going straight in an L.
I took basically the bus route into White Plains, and then White Plains, I can't remember the name of the road that went all the way out towards the Tappan Zee Bridge out there, and then hung a right out towards, you got into Terrytown. It was a photo shop down there in downtown. Yeah, no, that was the longest walk I've ever taken. I wish I would have had some Casa Azul for that trip there, I think. Oh, that was a long time ago, though, Chris. That was 82, something like that.
1982. I was at school in Jersey. I didn't get home until June of '83, and I was working at Pergaments in Port Chester and Playland at the time. So yeah, Pergament on Fridays, and I was working at Playland on the weekends. So pretty cool.
I played bass in one of the show bands at the Playland there for one of the summers. And I was in Port Chester. Oh, I can't remember the name of the street that I was on. I just remember it was in a really kind of seedy neighborhood. And the son of the guy who rented our apartment in the attic was a pot dealer.
Meningo.
Could have been. I just remember like moving my car in the middle of winter at like on a Thursday morning at 3 a.m. because they were going to do garbage or street cleaning or something, and 1,000 people would be fighting for the same parking spot.
Yeah, Roger. I was a derby man at Playland. I worked at the adult carousel on that, and I was a skate guard at the ice rink for very many years. Used to hang out with the Rangers, even though, you know, I wasn't a hockey fan. I got to hang out with the Rangers. It was pretty cool. Ice rink, get it? Funny, ha-ha, cool. Stupid humor. Hey, it's still the long weekend. I still got 58 minutes of stupid humor. So that still counts. But yeah, it was fun back then. But the longest walk I had was with my cane, and I walked home here from 252 and Route 18 to here, and that was a 2-hour walk. That was pretty cool. No one thought I could do it, but I made it. But you have to be a little angry to do something like that. Over to you, Dave, or if Nick's still here, KD8SLG, say hi. KD2HCE for ID.
KD2HCE, KD8SLG, eating crackers. Go ahead, Dave.
Go ahead and whistle.
One of the contests I had to do when I went to my grandpa's Westinghouse 4th of July picnic. I think it was 4th of July, pretty sure. It was probably 4th of July picnic. The little kids got to do different contests, and one of the contests we had to do was eat like 3 or 4 saltine crackers and then blow up a balloon until it broke. It's
a good way to make that, to get that point across. There's a couple of good ones like that you can get people to, might be even good for YouTube, I guess. Yeah, no, those are, it was kind of an interesting place to be at, and spent a few years out there. I guess I'm just an Ohio guy at heart. I had a girlfriend who lived out in Massachusetts, so I got to spend a couple of summers out there by Cape Cod. That was an interesting place. It was quite enjoyable. But every place has its different feels. I never expected, when I was younger, to live in Akron. But I don't expect me to move here from here. So things work out differently than you expect, don't they? We'll throw it back to Chris and let Nick swallow his crackers.
After he whistles and blows up his balloons. Yeah, this is KD2ACE for ID. I'm really surprised that around that era that you were in my neck of the woods, that you didn't catch up with Gordon G.G. Giebert, or have your paths cross at that time, because pretty much then he was still in Mount Vernon, and he was still running MIDI users group out of his, out of a bulletin board system. I still have his logo and stuff. I sent it back to him, and he was like, "Oh my goodness!" So now he's into pickleball, and he patented, for lack of a better descriptor, if you remember when you were a child, you had this paddle ball. It was a little sponge ball with a rubber band, and it had a paddle, and you go tap, 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 and smack it. Well, he made a pickleball trainer based on that principle, and he patented it. So now everybody endorses it. That's a bigwig in the pickleball industry, and he does that. So it's Slam Master or something like that, and it's Gordon. So if you do know Gordon, that's that Gordon. That's still Gordon that you know, Gigi. But yeah, I'm really surprised that you haven't, or I don't know that you have. How's that? Or I don't remember that you have, because I'm at that age where I suffer from CRAFT, and I think you all know what that is. So let's go see if Nick's finished with his crackers. KD8SLG, KD28CE.
Nick finished with one set of crackers, and Nick is eating another. KD8SLG.
Oh, Nick, sounds like you're talking in cursive. Now I remember about Mount Vernon and stuff. Yeah, I was out there for about a year or so at SUNY at Purchase. 2 years. I was there a year at SUNY, and then a year not in college. And I was in Port Chester, and I was in Mamaroneck. I worked in White Plains, and I worked in Rye. My wife worked in Tarrytown, and that was my kind of New York experience. I did have a friend who lived in Manhattan. I would get down there on occasion. Actually drove into Manhattan and parallel parked in Manhattan. I'm a good parallel parker because of that. A very interesting place. I worked for an art store out there, a Koenig art store. Guy owns some stores there and some stores in Florida, and Yeah. If I stuck with them, I probably would have found myself in a peck of trouble along the way, based on my experience having the owner's son as my manager and falling in with his habits. Interesting place. Probably very lucky I came back to Ohio. KD8 SLG. I'm gonna go counterclockwise, and then you can throw it over to Chris.
Yeah, Roger. I think that all circles back to what we were talking about, and that is, it's all about perception. So perception is reality. And earlier tonight I read, what did I read? It's not what you say, comma, it's how you say it. And yeah, if that does not relate directly to everything we had to say earlier tonight, I don't know what does. KD8 SLG, over to you, Chris. KD8HC.
KD8 SLG, I just got. Go ahead, say hi. Go ahead, say hi. Third party traffic, come on, she's hugging. You gonna give a meow? You gonna give a meow? Okay. Well, there you go. There's three sayings I live by. Don't think, no. Don't say, do. Don't try, accomplish. And with that, that's all we got from. Go ahead, say meow. That's. See, what's funny is I was talking about my friend Gordon Gigi Giebert, and this cat's name is Gigi. She came running from downstairs because she heard her name, so she just had to come in and check in and say, "Go ahead, say meow. Go ahead, no meow, meow." Okay, she's meowing. That's it. Over to you, Dave. KD2AC.
Meow. Oh, I got somebody's attention over here. Our Maine Coon got shaved today. She gets mats. She was pulled out of a ditch in a thunderstorm. She was one of 3 kittens who survived, and she's got some spinal cord damage and some other issues going on. But she has no clue that she's not a regular cat. Wonderful little orange Mancoon here. Well, not so little, but they're fun. And I saw a video of this cat who was had this little thing where he could step on little buttons and say words to his owner, and it was pretty interesting. I was kind of intrigued. Anyways, I gotta work tomorrow morning, and I've had a great time talking with both you guys about all kinds of stuff from deep to geographical. Chris, I can't wait to spend a little time just hanging out with you and reminiscing a little bit about the East Coast there. And Nick, I'm sure I'll talk to you beforehand, but I need to position a cleat to hold that center board up, but I want to put her in the water next weekend and just give her one more test and see if you know how water was coming in through those centerboard holes there. Well, with the centerboard in place there, hopefully that doesn't happen, but I won't know until we put it in the water to find out. So we'll give her another water test. I'll throw it over you guys for one more round, and I think we're all about puttered out, but it's been a great QSO. If anybody else has enjoyed it, I hope you did. But Nick, yeah, man, you and I are very close to being in tune, and I mean that seriously in a metaphorical way. KD8 SLG with KC2 KD2 HCE. Sorry, I put the C in the wrong place.
noise, NTAD. Go ahead, Nick. Throw it over to Chris, and we'll go ahead and give the repeater back to everybody.
NTAD KDSLG. So, yeah, Dave. Yeah, we'll get her out on the water soon enough, and test everything for water worthiness. And yeah, I'm going to leave everything else up in the air for further discussion, as it should be. KD2HC, take it away after I say goodnight to NTAD. KD8SLG. Go ahead, Chris.
NTAD, KD8SLG, 7-3 Boltius, plural. We'll catch you soon. Hope your 4th was good. Didn't pack on too many hot dogs. You know, that guy won again, the Nathan's eating contest. And with that, we'll say 7-3 plural, and we'll catch you soon. KD2AC, you'll be clear.
3 guys, thanks a lot. Have a great night. Pleasant dreams. We'll catch you again soon. NTAD. Bye-bye.
NTAD, KDSLG. Wait. So, are my dreams a function of free will, or are they not? Oh, Dave, I love you, man. KD8SLG.
They're not. Have you heard of the condition called aphantasia?
I have, but I don't think I've experienced it. But last night, honest to God, I fell asleep for like 2 minutes, and I dreamt of someone walking through the room and turning on the light. And the gal that was with me laughed at me when I told her about it.
Okay. Yeah, no, I learned a couple years ago that there are people who don't have an inner monologue. They don't have a voice that talks to them in their head. And I'm like, really? Mine won't shut up. And then, like, I heard of this thing just recently called aphantasia, and they said, well, picture a red star in your head, and then they showed a whole bunch of different pictures of red stars, from like just a black fuzz to like seeing a red star, and say, which one do you see in your mind when you close your eyes? And I was like, oh, the black one that doesn't have any red star at all. And they're like, no, most people when they close their eyes and think of a red star, they can see a red star, and I can't. But when I'm falling asleep, there are some times that I see incredibly vivid faces that I don't know or recognize, and the moment I try to focus on those faces and be conscious and will them and think about them, they disappear and go away. They're completely outside of my conscious will. But for me to will to see a red star in my vision when I close my eyes, I can't make it happen. So yeah, no, I don't think they're connected. NTAD.
Oh, that's an actual laugh out loud. I want to get the voices in my head their own call signs. KD8SLG.
KD2HC.
Hi, Chris. Yeah, no, I couldn't believe it when I found out that there are people who don't have an inner monologue. They don't have a voice in their head that just like it's them talking. I was like, what? Go ahead, Chris.
You were saying you couldn't get that voice to shut up and stuff like that. I just got a pill for that. I have problems sleeping, and my mind just keeps racing and stuff like that. And it's not like I can turn it off. It's like back in the old 386 days when you had the turbo button on your front of your computer. Mine's stuck in turbo, and I can't get into base speed, and it just won't shut off. I can't stop my mind to get to sleep. So they gave me this pill, and it's 7.5 milligrams. It's a little tiny little thing. And my goodness, my IQ drops to about 12. And I have to, like, if I wake up in the middle of the night or before it's done doing what it's doing to me, I have to consciously put effort to put one foot in front of the other. I mean, so far since they've given this to me 3 weeks ago, I've taken 4 pills because it's just too much. I mean, I think some people would enjoy that, but I don't. And then, like, when you finally wake up, it's another hour and a half until your IQ recovers from that. You're like a walking zombie. I mean, I wish I could take like a quarter of that pill. It would be good, but no. And some kind of zine or some kind of pill. I gotta write it down. It's funny, but you just said that. I reminded that. Over to you, Nick. KD2AC. Good night again.
KD2HC. Well, apparently Chris has found a solution to the voices in his head. Me, I just want to get him a call sign. So they stop using mine. KD2S or KD8SLG. Over to MTAT.
That's quite humorous and enjoyable, Nick. Chris, try this. 2 Benadryl. Sometimes sometimes I only take 1. Sometimes I take 2. If I take 2, I'll wake up maybe a little bit groggy. But if I wake up in the middle of the night, I generally fall right back to sleep. And so that's been a non-prescription, fairly effective remedy for me. Works most often, not every time, but it's fairly effective. 2 Benadryl. KD2HCE with KD8SLG. I'm going to go take my 2 Benadryl. NTAD.
My green stuff is called promethazine, and I guess all of you had it when you were a kid. They gave you the green syrup with codeine for a bad cough. Well, it's just the green stuff. That's what they've given me, and that seems to work better. And I don't walk around like a zombie, and I can wake up in 20 minutes off of that stuff. But it's all fun, but that's prescription too. I mean, I actually am at the prescription level to get to sleep. Certain months I only have about 30 hours sleep. It's not good. KD2AC, trying to get to sleep, trying to calm down and get to sleep. I got a few more emails to do, and we'll be out of here like a herd of turtles on a pizza run.
KD2HC, KDSLG. Shut up, Chris, and go to bed. And as for me, yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I don't mind the voices in my head. I just don't want them talking on the radio using my call sign. That's my only concern. I'm okay with them. Oh, man. KD2HC, you sleep well. NTAD, get to sleep, man. Whatever it takes. I want to talk to you tomorrow. This is KD8SLG. I am clear. I'm going to bed. 73, y'all. Happy Independence Day.
You'll just be the figment of my RF detector tomorrow. Good night.
free. Good night, NTAD.
Was on the GP9 all night. QD2HCE clear.
W8WKY.